start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never showed. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. Tonight it will be Charmaine joining me. I think Melissa's, well, she stays up so many hours that I don't think she's feeling too well today. So I'm glad to have you, Charmaine. Thank you for joining tonight.
Thanks for asking me.
Yeah. Um, so everyone, again, welcome to the live. It's Friday. Happy Friday on there. So for anyone coming in, again, we're going to be talking about Sebastian. Sebastian disappeared almost a year ago today on February 25th of 2024. We're coming up to that year mark in like 18 days. Charmaine, just between UI and the doorpost, do you think that 1 year has gone crazy by fast with this case?
It's insane. Like I can't wrap my head around the last year, not just with this case, but with so many others and with my own life. It's like,
Yeah.
and then January lasted forever, you know.
Is that what it felt like?
On and on and on. But
Is that
yeah,
what it felt like for you?
it just does not seem like it's been a year. This poor boy.
I honestly, I find it still hard to believe that almost a year is here. Like for me, it's just like, it just really feels like, 3-4 months ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, so thank you guys for who's coming in. Again, please hit that like button just for algorithm for Sebastian purposes, to be honest with you. That's what I truly care about is, just trying to bring, well, I would like to think some integrity of honesty and truthfulness to the case and just trying to keep the facts out there, but yet discuss, of course, anything that possibly happened. Because Sebastian's case, honestly, is like, it reminds me of Delphi in the sense that your brain just becomes mush because you just can't make sense of it. Every time I just try to put every scenario in my head, picturing this child, teen boy, whichever you want to say it, teenager. To me, I would call him my boy still. But just picturing this whole, footloose type of thing, going out of a house with nothing of sacred value at all to him. And, thinking about what Katie has said, about that. Well, Christopher too, but, Sebastian leaving out a front door and locking it. And then you look at the flashlight video or the garbage truck video, however you want to deem that. Different little camera footage pieces. Trying to understand that their house has been searched like over 10 times, and no Sebastian. And yet Sebastian's missing.
He's still
And
gone.
it just seems so crazy. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's still gone. And I feel like this case is more of a brain melt than Delphi was, because with Delphi we had information from the family. They were talking in a helpful way. They were giving what they could. And it's not like that in this case. And even though, like back in 2017 when this first happened, social media like true crime and the YouTube, it wasn't like it is now. So this case quickly got muddied.
Yeah.
Like it
Sherman,
was lightning fast. It's almost like he didn't stand a chance, to have.
do you think, just to ask you, do you think that Ellie and that should be using, because social media isn't going anywhere and the true crime is only growing, do you think that they should incorporate the use, of the social media more so as a benefit, knowing that you take the good with the bad, but the usefulness of spreading the information, or you have these people that can, like, we're talking a small army that they have versus, the hundreds of thousands or millions that can follow a case, and some of these people just having brilliant minds themselves, or they're able to dig, in a sense. Do you think that they should use social media more to help them? Maybe if they release a little bit more information, that instead of always claiming that they need to hold everything to the best. What do you think about that?
I think it's if you would have asked me that 6 or 7 months ago, I would have said unequivocally, of course, absolutely. But there's so much garbage out there and so many people that just run with a thumbnail that they see and do their own take on it, even though it's not vetted. I won't call it bullshit straight out because we have no idea. However, I mean, it's a balance because if law enforcement put out more factual information for people to go on, there wouldn't be all of these crazy avenues to go down. So it's a balance. I understand why they don't because it is such a mess. But I
Yeah.
think it can be useful if you can control it. And the way you control it, in my opinion, is by putting out factual information and getting on and debunking things that just are straight up crap, right? Instead of staying silent.
That's probably one of the things that I do find heartbreaking, and I just watched a video today on someone, that, is when these people have a following, and, um, so it's one particular video I watched today, and we'll talk about it later, like, not necessarily the YouTuber person, but, um, it's when they're taking that information and they have absolutely zero knowledge themselves about anything to do, not that I have the vast knowledge of playing with pictures and photo editing and stuff, but I clearly have a lot more than this person. But it's just a fact of, again, of taking information and twisting it into this, spin, because not only do they have no knowledge at all, which they clearly have said, then they're having somebody type in the chat as if they know what they're talking about. And it was the most absurd thing watching this get twisted and morphed into another picture that was trying to take the back of the house and then totally inverting it and claiming as if like someone used black marker on this one part of the photo and this is where it was edited and smudged, and then they're running with that as if it's like truthful. It
Yeah.
was the most absurd thing to watch yet again, just how fast information just
Yes.
gets twisted to their own narrative without them even doing work, really, like
And
truly putting.
all the people that are watching that who are just starving for information on the case, they believe it and they run with it. And then
Yeah,
the next channel picks it up and puts their own spin on it. And then
yeah. Well, and that's just it. And, I mean, obviously, there's nothing you can do about it because that person absolutely almost believes in their own work or their own thoughts on that. And for me, I just sit there and roll my eyes going, oh, here we go again. So, versus, like, for instance, right now, there's a whopper 13 people watching this live at the moment, probably because the other top Sebastian people now, in a sense, are probably live, right? And then they'll kind of fluctuate in later. Um, but they have, to me, again, uh, when you're talking about a case, you should have the duty of the due diligence of at least not racing to do a live without even, you know, doing the work, or have some knowledge of what you're doing before you spread disinformation, and, you know, retract it, of course, if you're wrong. But when I saw this video today, I honestly, it just makes me so angry at the stupidity of how, of what was said, honestly, and just to have a following. And now, you know, we're going to get those people coming in here. Like, okay, there was one person that made a post and it said, oh, you're still running around with that fake picture. And I know they're what they're talking about, the one that SF gave out, and then Mob Crew and whatever. Why? Because they don't know how to do their due diligence besides smacking their gums on a comment and
Mhm.
having no knowledge and acting like it's fake and stuff like that. But when you have a YouTuber that has more of a following, and I'm not even talking about Mob Crew on this, so don't even think I am, that has more of a following. I'm talking about BHB. Okay, let's just get real here. I've not really talked about BHB too much, Bullhorn Betty, on this, and again, it's not going to be about sitting here trying to knock her down as a creator and someone that, you know, Seth and Tony. It's just a matter of putting out at least the right information and having at least some knowledge of what you're talking about, you know. So I say this without trying to knock down the creator, because I really don't really talk about Bullhorn Betty at all too much. It's just a matter of watching this video, and then people are going to come into here going, well, she said this and blah blah blah, as if the world a word was golden and stuff. That's what frustrates me,
Yeah.
is when you see just something that's so obnoxiously, I don't want to say obnoxiously, so wrong. And then people are going to see this, and then next thing you know, they're going to be coming and going, no, that's a Photoshop picture of this. You know, we got proof. We watched Bullhorn Betty today, and da, 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 da. That's the stuff that makes me puke, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
There's a YouTube channel out there. It just came to my mind. What is it? YouTube Bad Actors. Someone could almost make a YouTube channel with the sole purpose of debunking the information that's put out
Yeah.
there about Sebastian Rogers on the
Mhm.
daily, every single day.
Yeah. But you know what's going to happen? No one's going to believe that. Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, it'll cause controversy on its own, and
Mhm.
but I mean,
But yeah,
it's all about the reason why you're doing what you're doing, because you can't tell me that these creators think that they're right. Like, do they really think that they're right when they're manipulating a photo?
to the extent that they're doing it, right, it's beyond. I learned my lesson from Delphi. You know, maybe that's where I have greater knowledge than a lot of these creators that are trying to put out these images with Sebastian Rogers. Is that I literally, you guys, wasted, I'll say wasted, pretty much 4 years of my life thinking I was on the right track, and that I was morphing these images. And come to find out, when the crime scene photos had come out, which was way before the court trial, there was nothing there. Like, besides what we had learned throughout Delphi, none of the things that any creator had said really was there. 99%. None of it. It was all an illusion on the eyes. Kind of like the back of the van of Katie's van on one picture. People are trying to, you know, guess what it was: camper, trash can, barbecue, blah 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 blah. And it really, it was like 5 minutes to go, well, there's the black gate. Here's her square structured van. I'm pretty sure if I would have overlaid the back of her van exactly, people would be like, no, still believe it's a camper. But at least I'm trying to at least be like, hey, don't put this crap out there. Let's just try to really see the truth. But does the camper, does her van have anything at all to do with helping find Sebastian? Absolutely not. It doesn't. It's just about people running around, like someone out of that is going to see an alien probably. And then they're going to be like, no, that's two blobs. Or, okay, let's take another creator. Oh my God, look in those white shadowy things, and those are two people fighting. Oh my God. And look at from this aerial view, like, oh my God, you can see all this stuff out of it. And it just becomes like a mockery. And it just becomes a joke. Like, seriously, out of that image you're gonna make, or that video you're gonna make, people fighting behind Sebastian's yard, and nobody's gonna hear it. No other neighbor's gonna hear it, and report on it. And it just becomes like that part of it just becomes a joke. It is what it is at the end of the day.
I
In
think
this
unless people are actually like, so one creator puts out a photo and manipulates it, whatever, and they have a conversation and the information spreads, and then other
Yeah.
creators should be looking at that and should be scrutinizing that because it didn't come from law enforcement. But that's just not the way it is. They might be scrutinizing it, but they're putting their own spin on it and
Yeah.
growing this fairy tale that is no basis in fact.
Yeah. We're gonna go over that part of it later again. And you know, at the end of the day, you know what? It still becomes every creator for their own. Sadly, the drama, the ones that just write off the case for the sake of drama, are going to be out there. There's no changing that. Um, I do feel like there's the power of the people. Should we have normal, sane, common sense thinking people that can really add value to a case? I think that there's tons of those people out there that can really add value. But unfortunately, what we always keep seeing is a case starts off a certain way, and then instantly everything else is inserted right away. We saw it with Summer's case with Don Wells, instantly, right at the get go, right when that story was released. There was people already calling him, an emmer and stuff like that. I just don't feel like saying that word right now, but you know what I mean. And with no information at all. I think that's kind of what happened with here a bit too. Like like instantly the stepdad was being accused. Like it didn't take at all long once this case was hitting like the TikTok right away, and then it came to YouTube instantly. Christopher Proudfoot was being accused instantly, right? Without even them doing an interview or anything. And it's because people just choose to instantly incorporate that, and then it runs, and
Well,
then they get.
because we've heard for years that it's usually somebody that's closest to you, and we've all heard horror stories about step parents, and so to me it's just natural, the natural way a person thinks it's not involved in a case. We're going to say, okay, where was stepdad? What kind of person was stepdad? And it doesn't help that when stepdad came out, he appeared to be less
Oh, I
than
know. I mean, honestly, that's
caring.
exactly what it was. I mean, the stepdad was getting accused before he even, showed his face or heard his voice. And then next thing you know, once it did, because of this controlling personality, it was like boom, instantly.
To
Uh,
be fair, if you go back and you watch our first live on this case, first, second, and even when the first interview happened, we
mm,
were being more than fair with Chris and Katie. For
absolutely.
months, we didn't like him, but we weren't saying anything.
Absolutely.
Months.
Actually, that was for a long time, actually, Charmaine,
Yeah.
because it was never a fact that it was always like, okay, these are things to look at, but it's up to the LE to
Yeah.
find out the truth. Because, or unless some YouTuber or some social media person could add some value to the case, really, or bring out more information or reward money offered more information, which it doesn't seem to most of the time, to be honest with you, or when it comes to the money stuff. It didn't impact Delphi. It didn't impact tons of cases. It's not even impacting this case, you know. But yeah, the even now the whole thing is that does Katie and Christopher's actions seem absolutely strange and odd. Does Christopher seem controlling? Does he seem like a narcissist? Absolutely. Does Katie seem to be showing the signs of what we all visualize? And I'm talking about in many aspects of what a mother would be doing, you know? Does that make them guilty? No. Does it make you want to look at them with a freaking magnifying glass more because Sebastian was less with Katie the mother, and yet there's nothing. That's the bottom line of this case. Sebastian, Katie, nothing. Nothing to show anything.
Yeah.
So it's do I sit there and think that for people to sit there and think that like meaning I'm not going to sit here and ever say that Katie and Christopher 100% had something to do with Sebastian's. Does it seem strange? Does it look strange? If it, if it smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, is it a duck, looks like a duck type of thing? You
Mhm.
know, yeah, but again, we could be totally, absolutely wrong. And this just could be one of those things, kind of like with Kagan Klein in Delphi, everything that looked like he was involved, that made it seem like he was involved from his Facebook to the messaging of Libby that day. And then this comment about meeting up with Libby, even though people took and ran with that, even though it said nothing about meeting up with her that day. But it was just the wording that made people think that it was supposed to be that day. And then what happened? Big fat nothing happened with Kagan Klein. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, so and I mean that's no different than this in my opinion. We kind of most of us glommed onto this source who seemed to have inside information. So they are the ones that took the Kagan Klein thing and blew it up and sent everybody in the community on this path. That wasn't law enforcement, and that wasn't social media, like that wasn't all the creators. That was one one set of people who had their source, who they turned out right a couple of times. So everybody's like, "Ooh, they put out an episode. Let's listen to that." And then all of a sudden, we were all on this path, and it started from one podcast.
yeah,
Sorry, but that's just the way I see it.
yeah. Okay, so you guys, what we're gonna do is, so Ken Maines was somebody I watched. I didn't actually know that he had put out this video back around Christmas time until I was watching Crime Lines and Lies, and then I was like, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Ken Maines put out a video about Sebastian Rogers. Um, just put a one in the chat if you've already seen this. It still won't matter that we're gonna play it, but so the thing with Ken Maines to me, okay, let's just add him to the list of narcissists. Thing that drove me crazy about Ken Maines is that I admired his tenacity, I admired his straightforwardness. But if there's one thing I couldn't get past, there's the way he spoke, and almost like he was better than anyone else. So as we're watching this video, there's going to be a part in it that, you know, I don't think that he humbled himself too well, but that's when I stopped watching him because he's a full on, I don't want to say a full on narcissist, but he's definitely full of himself. He thinks that he's one of the best things that happened since sliced bread. He talks like it. He has like the Christopher type attitude, the SF. He's more probably on the level of SF Investigates, maybe actually lower than SF Investigates for being just a very aggressive, insulting type of person in a sense. You totally always get the vibe. And so that's why I ended up stop watching him because honestly, he just irritated me with his full of shit, like full of himself attitude. What about you, Charmaine?
Exact same. Like I watched him religiously,
Yeah.
religiously, and I can't pinpoint. It's been about a year that
Mhm.
I stopped following him, and like I was a member of his page and
Okay.
everything. Like I was into it.
Yeah,
Anybody that I can get knowledge from, I'm a knowledge sponge.
absolutely.
But his attitude, and I think it was something for members only we were in, and he was doing a Q&A, and he was going back and forth with this one guy. And to me, if somebody is paying you for information or paying you for, you know, being
Joining
able
their
to ask questions and stuff, the least you could do is show some respect, even if you don't agree with them. Like they were having a debate, but then he got really disrespectful, and it just really turned me off. And yeah, I stopped.
He definitely needs some humble pie. But we'll be hearing about that. So you know what? Let's just start off, you guys, and we're going to start and stop it, kind of like our video that we did yesterday. If you haven't seen our live yesterday, that was a really good one. And thanks to the crime lines and lies, me and Melissa were going over that entire video that was put out and talking about it. I thought that was a very interesting. Charmaine unfortunately didn't get to hear most of that because she was doing her own podcast yesterday, but that one was pretty much this fighter pilot, older person talking about the neighbor, like talking about the Proudfoots, talking about the P mattress incident and how Sebastian, that the CPS actually came because of that reason. Like, meaning when they came, it wasn't because of the belt, it was because they were making him sleep sometimes into the garage. About how Christopher Proudfoot called him an artard, said that only faggots, okay, eat like sushi, and just like the things that the neighbors had heard.
Yeah, and I saw a bit about the pressure washer too. Like,
Pressure washer, about Katie's relationship with Chris, or basically come get your artard, when he was having a meltdown because of that. Um, the neighbor had said that Christopher Proudfoot was very loud. That whenever there was a community picnic, that they lived there for a couple of years, but that they didn't like him, so they didn't really want to invite him because he was just loud, obnoxious, to typical Christopher Proudfoot that that he's portrayed to everyone here. So obviously these people live around him and a lot of dislikes. And so he calls out Cliff, the guy that lives to the right, left of him or right of him. No, yeah, it would be right of him. And he said he lived about a 45-second walk, and that. But anyways, I mean, it took a while sometimes to get him to spit something out because he was trying to be careful in what he was saying, slash the fact that, so like an older person trying to search for words. And sometimes you're just like, get to the point already. Right. Anyways, very insightful, but very disturbing, because it really makes you want to look into really what Sebastian's life was like for him and how this could have impacted into why Sebastian disappeared on February 25th. But let's start off watching this and we'll play a little bit and then we'll talk about it. So this again is Ken Mains, Sebastian Rogers, and the premise of this, okay, is that Christopher Proudfoot reached out to Ken Mains to ask him for his help. But let's get into this. 1 second here. We'll start it from, I guess, from here.
Strictly a true crime channel because I'm going to get into it today, how some of this true crime genre has gone a little crazy for me. But as we go forward, I want to talk about the Sebastian Rogers case. Now, I'm not going to do a great in-depth study of this case, but I do want to let people know, just because of their curiosity, I've gotten some emails and stuff about my thoughts on it. I will say this. The true crime stuff that is happening, like currently, I don't get too involved with. I don't follow it that much. I like the older cases, 1970s, 80s, even 90s. The stuff that's happening currently, like I think the name Karen Reed maybe comes to mind because people have emailed me some things. Delphi.
Wait a second here. Let me put up this quickly. Almost forgot. Let me put up this quickly. Fair use disclaimer. Okay, I put up that. Just because, like I said, when you're using other people's content and stuff like that, it falls underneath the fair use if you're doing it for like reaction type videos and stuff like that. Okay.
I'm
So,
pretty sure he has said he didn't care. I don't. I mean, that could have changed.
and maybe,
Back
yeah,
in the
maybe.
day, he would say he didn't care.
Yeah, and I'm sure he doesn't, on that. But just in case. And again, this is Detective Ken Mains, uh, retired. And again, for people that don't know who he is, he's well known. He's very well known. Um, again, uh, anyway, you can listen to him for yourself on this one. Okay.
By interests me because of the motive, and in Idaho that interested me as well, but for the most part I don't get caught up in all of it, and there's good reason. And so this Sebastian Rogers case is a perfect example. So I was reached out to by a gentleman, I believe his name is Chris Proudfoot, who I believe is the stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, who is a 15-year-old male who went missing February 26th of this year. And he has a high functioning level of autism, from what I understand. Chris reached out to me, and he wanted my help. I didn't know anything about the case. He didn't mention the name. He just stated that he had heard about me and wanted to know if I could help. Certainly. Absolutely. What do you need from me? And that's always my standard answer to family who have reached out to me in missing persons or unsolved homicide cases. We shared a few emails. I asked him where he was located at, so that way I knew whether I was in driving distance, whether I could go speak with him, help the family out, whatever I could do. He had said Tennessee. I said, yeah, that's doable, but let's talk. What is the name of your loved one, your missing child, so on and so forth? And he gave me the name Sebastian Rogers, explained his relationship. And then I got a few emails from Sebastian's mother, or I believe her name was Katie. Same type of emails. Can you help us?
We're just going to go over that part of it, because then he's going to turn on about, Google searching on there. So this is my thought, and you guys, please, 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 always keep an open mind. I do, and I would think that everybody else does, even if something seems a certain way. But we'll talk about this. So we already know that SF Investigates was hired by the Prophets. Now, although they didn't say who was funding it, probably Bower Sox, is that it was $15,000 for a retainer. And on top of that, he is charging $2,200 a day for his services. So again, I didn't realize that Ken Mains, and I do appreciate his work. I just wish that he would definitely, Ken Mains, if you ever see this, eat some humble pie, or that he's learned to eat humble pie. But so I said to Charmaine and I said to Melissa, I don't really understand this, because if you're guilty, you're not going to be paying 15. If it was just one thing, I could see, okay, let's say um, that they're trying to do it for show, but $15,000 and $2,200 a day. If you're guilty, why would you do that? And on top of that, we have Christopher and Katie reaching out to Ken Mains. And like I said, I didn't know this until today. And I'm like, this just doesn't seem like, typically in my eyes, and it's not normal. If you are guilty of something, you're not going to be asking a detective to come help you on the case, and paying someone $15,000 and $2,000 if you had anything to do with your kind of crime. to me that sounds ridiculous. And I don't believe in this just for show. If we're talking about one person, like SF investigates, but then on top of it, now we're adding Ken Mains that they've reached out to. Charmaine, your thoughts, your guys' thoughts in chat too.
Um, layers. So for me, on its face, I thought, you know what, Sunny, you're completely right. Nobody in their right mind would do that. And then I thought about it a little bit more about Katie being the last person with Sebastian. Katie. Everybody knows what I think happened.
Yeah. Well,
I can still say, because I mean, I'd be willing to bet that they're not flipping these bills. Katie and Chris are not paying this themselves. We know that. We don't know that for a fact, but we can safely assume.
he wouldn't say Proudfoots were paying for it, and you know, I see the Bauer socks more so. If I was to put it way my opinion, so go ahead.
Right. So if you're Katie and you've got Chris fighting for you, and he is so outspoken, and he's not letting anything pass. He's you know what I mean. Like he is on it. And she's sticking to her guns, and it's him and his family that are doing this. Christopher Proudfoot reached out to Ken Mains first. I mean, do you know what I mean? Like it could still be what my own self thinks, that Katie knows what she knows, but isn't telling Chris, and Chris is just 100% behind Katie's initial story, and his family is taking the lead with this and saying, that Ken Mains, you should call him. That dog, the bounty hunter, we should get him in here. And it's not, Katie's not going to say, Chris, we need to stop because, you know, this happened and, you know, they could figure it out. I think she's just going with it at this point. What does she have to lose at this point? And that's just me. And there's a lot of people out there who think John Ramsey had something to do with his daughter's death.
Right.
Where he spent his entire life and most of his money trying to figure out who did this to his daughter. But there are still people out there that think that he's just doing that because he knows that he's never going to get caught. So
I know. Well, that's just it. I just always want, you know, everyone always should. Okay. Like I said, you guys can watch whatever creators you want and believe whatever you want. But honestly, just try to use reason and just try to keep that open mind, because we don't know what happened to Sebastian. And yes, like Jermaine was saying, does that
did you just
say
forget my name?
what?
You just forgot my name. First,
Charmaine.
you
Did you not?
paused. You hesitated.
Oh, it wasn't on your name. No, it wasn't on your name. There's I think a thought went through my head. You're Canadian. We're Canadians. Yeah, we love each other more than Melissa, right? She's the American that always doesn't listen to me, and then it's like she'll literally say something in agreement with me, but she thinks that I said the opposite, and I'm like, I'm like, American, do you even listen to me? But yeah, so you know what? Honestly, guys, regardless of any of the information that's out there, common sense, right? Using things that actually make sense. You know, I mean, most people have normal thoughts and can kind of you always have to remove yourself and put yourself in the shoes of what's going on, you know, and try to think of it from every angle, and not be so lopsided that it's only going to be Chris and Katie without, you know. But from Seth's side, we know that he's literally on video. Okay. Like, meaning we don't see, although I do believe that Christopher is in Memphis, it's been reported by Seth's even PI team and stuff like that. But there's a difference still. We still have Seth on video because he's working for, you know, in the correctional in Davidson County there. And so, you know what I mean? He does have a solid alibi for where he was. Because we don't have, say, footage of Christopher Proudfoot sitting in the thing, everyone still questions that. And same, you know, and Katie, well, like I said, we can place her and Sebastian back at the home. But anyways, when it comes to this part, again, right, is it realistic that that if somebody is guilty, and you can take it as Christopher and Katie together or just Christopher, but why would you reach out yet again to Detective Ken Maines, who's like a freaking bulldog? Like, I might not like his narcissistic personality because he's very self-absorbed. And again, in this video, you're gonna hear where somebody called him out on that. And then he's like, uh, I hate to admit it, but I had to kind of look at myself again, and I'm, because that's the reason why I stopped watching him, is because of his arrogant type attitude, very self-absorbed, like his shit didn't stink and that he was the end all to be all type of person. So I do appreciate that when we do watch this video, doesn't mean he's changed his stripes, but I mean he was brave enough to admit it on a video. So gotta what were you gonna say?
Just like before you continue on with the video, we know that all we know is Sebastian went missing. Can we agree that if he indeed walked away and something happened to him and nobody did anything to him, but something happened to him,
Mm-hmm.
they would have found something by now. They would have found something by now. Can we at least agree that whether he left alive or not, somebody took him somewhere else? Are you there yet? Or are you still,
Me?
yeah,
I wouldn't say 100% there yet. I wouldn't say 100%. I'd probably say probably like 90% there.
I can't get it out of my head unless there was a case, right? And I brought it up on this show before. There was a case where a kid went missing, and I think it was like 5 months later, he was found stuck in a chimney a couple of blocks away.
Yeah,
And
I've
he
seen
was
that
there
one.
the entire time. So maybe, possibly, potentially something like that. But outside of that, something, his glasses, anything would have been found by now. Anything, but there's nothing.
But then again, Charmaine, look at all those cases that we come across where they've had searches everywhere and they miss the person within that proximity of where they went missing. That's where my 10% comes from, is that I'm still willing to allow the fact that because Sebastian is has autism, you know, did he sneak outside and just start wandering off? I mean, I know it doesn't sound realistic, but stranger stuff has happened. And so that's why I'm not willing to say 100% that somebody else took them, or that Katie or Christopher did something, or that Seth did anything. Well, Seth, I'm going to say I'm at 100% with Seth. But I'm just leaving that door open because for me personally, I still always can't help but think about those cases where the body is recovered within the search area, and that maybe just by that sheer coincidence that the perfect storm happened and he got overlooked. He did wander off and it was too dark and he just happened to hit the right things. Is it unlikely? Yes. But I'm not at the 100% for that yet. I'm not at 100% for anything besides I think that Seth is my 100% when it comes to that. But I mean, obviously, there's certain aspects that seem more likely than not. And to think that Sebastian on his own somehow managed to freaking evade everything, it seems unlikely without the assistance of something that had that something, whether it was garbage truck driver, whether it was, a pedo person in the area that miraculously walked into the area, because even those seem a little bit ridiculous. But they're at least more, in a sense, credible than thinking that he just left his house, missed all cameras, missed everything, and they've overlooked him on top of everything else. But it's still, I wouldn't close that for me. Yeah. Um, oh, Travis, he's opposite of you. Let's see.
And I
Go ahead.
mean, yeah, okay, but they'd find something. Like, I can't get past that. They found nothing. When they
I
found those glasses, I thought, oh, well, there we go. But they weren't his glasses.
Right. I'm glad that they weren't. But that kid, remember the other teenager? Oh my God, the doppelganger.
Mhm.
Honestly, when I come across that picture still, I'm like, oh my God, this is just. I would have, if I would have seen that too, just from just my own point of view, I was like holding out so much hope that was Sebastian, because honestly, I was floored, like from everything about that child, the glasses to the freaking nose face, looking down to the scrawny arms and stuff like that. It just so looked
The
like
running
Sebastian.
shoes. Weren't the running shoes like identical or something?
No, they weren't.
They weren't?
No. Mm.
Hmm.
No, no. We didn't know what his running shoes looked like on there. But it was just people kind of, they were similar, but they weren't. But they were kind of similar. Um, I think he died by accident. He's in the woods right next to his home, or he ended up in the water. See, it is so. You know what? We'll come back to some of that. Let's play a little bit. Let's play a little bit more, okay? And we'll come back. We'll
So
still
let's jump on a phone, or maybe Katie said, let's jump on a phone call. And we did. Okay. But before we did that, when I approach a case, I want to be as non-biased as possible, which means I don't look at media accounts. I don't want to sit down and watch Dateline. I don't want to read much about the case other than I want to hear it from the people and the police. That's it. And then, eventually I'll spread out. I typed in this kid's name and some Twitter feeds came up. It was shocking. That's the best word I can use. Another word I want to use, but I feel is a little strong, but is disgusted. I was disgusted at the banter, the back and forth I was reading. So I quickly exited my search. I said, I'm not getting into reading all that. I just want facts, right? I received a phone call from Chris and Katie, Sebastian's mother and stepfather. And I spoke with them for about an hour. When I do an initial introduction like that, there's a couple things that has to take place. One, I want them to know where I'm coming from. Hey, if you want me to help, this is what you can expect. I can't give you miracles, and I can't promise an outcome. But what I can do is promise you my best. And that's the only way that I know how to work, is to give it my all, 100%. Which means I will travel to Tennessee. I will, I'll help. But this is what needs to take place. I did a brief cursory look online, and I see all these people. There's some people that are in Tennessee with you right now that are helping you. To me, there needs to be one person in charge. And it's not an ego thing. It's because when you have all these tentacles being involved and going off in a million different ways, it only creates chaos. So,
right there for a second. Let's see. Travis said this. This isn't how legitimate detectives, investigators work. Charmaine can verify. Are you including Ken Maines in that? Hi, Lacey. Is he including Ken Maines in that? Just a question. When a child goes missing in the U.S. or national TV news or just local news? When a child goes missing in the U.S., is it national TV news or just when it's an Amber Alert? It's national for sure. But back to this one. Thanks, Helen, and thank you for your super sticker there. $4 earlier. Thank you so much for that. Charmaine, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm not exactly sure who he's referring to. I know Ken Maines is an investigator. He's a retired detective. I can't.
Oh yeah,
If you would have asked me a year ago, I knew everything there was to know about the guy. I can't remember what departments he worked undercover for a number of years. I know he was in narcotics for a number of years. I don't know how many cases he solved or missing person cases he worked on, but I do think that like so many other retired detectives and retired lawyers, they're almost gravitating towards YouTube and starting these channels. And at first, it seems like they're doing it to share their knowledge, to teach the masses, and to kind of get them to, because there's so many armchair detectives, so many sleuths out there that they're actually trying to help. But when they get this following, they kind of become diluted, and it all of a sudden becomes about the clicks and the views. But Ken Maines will actually say that he still does this as part of his work. Like, he's still working on cases as a private investigator. So, I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about the man's work. Legitimacy, doing this kind of stuff on YouTube, I don't know if that's what Travis is referring to.
I'm not sure.
But, and
Yeah.
he's not polished, Travis. We'll say that. He's definitely not a polished.
No, he's not a polished person for sure. He's basically, his attitude is, I'm doing this for me. If you want to watch it, go right ahead. Other than that, I don't really give a shit whether you give me a view or a click or whatever. That's kind of how he speaks typically. Again, him, Christopher Proudfoot, SF Investigates, they fall underneath the narcissist category to me. Just their egos, their heads, I'm amazed they haven't exploded yet. But I'm not going to take away credibility from a person like Ken Maines over someone like SF Investigates. Meaning, I think that SF Investigates is so unprofessional. To me, it's beyond ridiculous. The stuff that he is doing and instigating and stuff. Why? You know what? Gonzo was a perfect example of someone that didn't need to be seen or heard from. All he was, my husband in the back, I can hear him swearing, the game he's playing. Anyways, but Gonzo was somebody to me who was always doing boots on the ground, trying to do it for the right reasons, never putting himself out there to social media, very rarely, really here and there. But the goal was always for the victim and the families or whatever, never for sustaining some sort of following on YouTube. He's more of an Instagram person, Gonzo, but to me, like that. But then you have this SF Investigates, who literally is just trying to cause wars. I personally feel like he's an embarrassment of a person, regardless of what work he's trying to do for the Proudfoots. As just watching him myself, I find him very unethical, unprofessional, tries to instigate stuff. If you're so important, why do you need to put down others all the time?
Right.
Why don't you just shut up, do your work for the Proudfoots, put out things that you can give to us as factual. But now he's being deemed as a joke, non-believable, in many ways, because just his, like I said, if you're going to put yourself out there as this big jerk and then you want people to believe in you and trust you, that's just not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen for some people, but for the gist of people, you're going to offend them because it's ridiculous that we're talking about a missing child and that you're throwing all this shade all over the place. Just shut your pie hole, SF. you know, do what you think you're great at or great, you know, good at and stuff. It's not like he was this PI. Remember, he told you how he got into it. You guys can watch all that on the Thor or the Lodge. Thor, what is it called? The Lodge. Thor. I can't even think of it now. The Lore Lodge or something like that. I think it's called. But it's just one of those things. Is like Ken Maines. He has this aggressive type attitude too, and again, someone that just really needs a bit of humble pie. And you know, he reminds me of me a little bit in Delphi when I came on with not even having a care in the world about a subscriber. I was like, me, I'm talking to you, BG type of thing. And people are sitting there commenting. And I'm just like, F off. I don't care if you watch this or not. Like, I'm not about you guys. This wasn't for them. That's kind of like how his attitude, I changed my attitude because I realized the power of what we could do and bring information, you know, and stuff like that. So, anyways, it was a learning curve. Now he is an experienced detective, you
So
know.
I just want to break in here before you, because Travis was actually speaking about the investigation and going to private investigators and stuff. First, you legitimately go to law enforcement and how investigations typically work. So he was commenting on that side of it, in which Ken Maines gets into as well in this video. Like too many people working, nobody kind of heading off the, you know what I'm saying? So that, I mean, that wasn't what he was doing anyways. So
Yeah. But okay, but still continuing on my little
sorry.
rant or whatever. At the end of the day, so because he had brought this up regardless, when he had Googled Sebastian Rogers, all this stuff came up on Twitter. And again, all he's seeing is this, you know, like people attacking each other, just attacking, taking away from their credibility and the focus of Sebastian Rogers. And it's just absurd. But to have some of these people call themselves professionals. So to me, Ken Maines is a professional. He mightn't be rough around the edges like any cop or detective and stuff like that, which we see all the time. But it's like to me, he's that person that says, like he's saying, you need a person in charge, in a sense. Not that you're their boss, but that, you know, chaos happens. And we see that consistently, right? But anyways, we'll actually, you know what? We'll play more out again and then we'll come back to that.
If you want me to be involved, I'm just saying, and even if you don't want me involved, this is what you need to do. You hire or you get one detective who's in charge, and everybody else that helps, who wants to help, they have to work under him. Now, it's not like a boss thing. It's like, hey, we're going to go search this area. Okay. That way, this one person can map it out, know all the information, and you don't have 100 different people muddying the waters. That's what I recommended to them. Everything seemed, listen, my impressions were the mom, when she spoke with me, she was very emotional. Depressed would be a good word. You could just tell it in her voice. One of the things that she said to me that stood out after a long period of silence, after we said something and I was waiting for a response and I wasn't getting anything, and I just waited, and it seemed like an eternity, but I'm sure it was only a minute or two. She said, I just want my son back. And there's always certain things that strike you. And during that conversation, that was one of them. Now, I'm not saying guilt. I'm not saying innocence. I'm not saying any of that like some of other people have done. That's just not me. We finished our conversation, and we, as a collective weren't sure whether we were going to make this unity happen. They certainly wanted to think about things, and I certainly had some trepidation myself based off of nothing that they said to me. Well, maybe a little bit of something that they said to me, the help that they were getting. They had mentioned a specific agency or a person who had been down there and helping out, and would I have a problem working with these people? Listen, I don't have a problem working with anybody, okay, as long as it's a coordinated effort. But then after our conversation, I got back online and I said, let me see what I'm dealing with here. And all of a sudden, Dog the Bounty Hunter started coming up. This other agency that's filing motions against this people. And then you have the biological father of Sebastian fighting these people, and them hiring an attorney and an investigator. And everything was being fought online. Like I saw Twitter, which, listen, for everybody that loves social media because it makes them feel a certain way and they feel relevant or whatever it is, if it's just for communication, sharing, whatever, more power to you. I just don't operate my life through Twitter, and I certainly don't operate investigations through Twitter or other social media platforms. The amount of online fighting and debating that was happening, and I'm not just talking from like amateur standpoint, like people, true crime people who have interest, but I'm talking like supposed professionals. I just don't understand it. And I don't think I ever will understand it. It just made me sick that these professionals were, I can't say that they don't have the best interest of Sebastian because I don't know them personally. And I always like to refrain from judgment until I met a person eye to eye and shake their hand and, you know, get a good.
Charmaine, I'll stop it there. Just to go back to like Travis's comment there too. And what you're saying, yes, Travis, he actually did the right thing here 100%. Go so. Charmaine, there you go.
Did you ask me something?
Yeah? Were you not listening to me?
I was. I thought you were reading our comments. That's pretty much it.
So my thing, I want to go back to how you said, where you're saying that he absolutely did the 100% thing here. I think that's what you were saying. That, yeah.
Absolutely. Like he started off and it seemed like he was going to, you know, go on one of his Ken Main's tyrants, but he didn't.
No.
And to me, like I've watched this whole video now twice, and I mean, I agree with not even every syllable and how he says it. Like everything that he says is absolutely correct. And I think that he did 100% the right thing with this case, with whether or not he's taking it or not. You know, we'll get into it. I don't want to be a spoiler or anything, but everything from like beginning to end, he's 100% on point. 100%.
I agree. Yeah. You know, and it is, like I said, all he had to do is Google it. You know, he's watching all these lawsuits and these, going on, and it doesn't seem to be about Sebastian. It seems to be about, all these different wars within the family. And and, and so for me, let me put it this way, and just for my own personal opinion, I'd rather have Ken Mains on the case any day than SF Investigates.
Absolutely. I'd pick Ken over Dog myself. I do, because Dog is he's a bounty hunter. He searches for people for various reasons, but Ken Mains has got the investigative background. He's got some profiling training. He's got connections. He's got a following. And I mean, he's got the knowledge, and quite honestly, I don't give a shit what you say attitude. He's going to do what he needs to do to get the information that he needs to get. So I would have fired everybody else that's on the case if Ken Main said that he wants to be not the boss, but the lead.
The lead.
And
Yeah,
that's what it takes to get Ken Mains on my case pro bono, as he will go on to say. Then that's exactly what I would do if it was my son.
Yeah. Ken Mains, Tim Miller, absolutely, from Equisearch, which has been on the case doing certain things for the case. So, you know, I really love Equisearch, what they stand for. Ken Mains, I'd take him any day. Any day. I would take, you know, a crime detective, someone that, you know, is going to work hard and do it right. Like he's like a bulldog. Now I reached out to him a long time ago, during Delphi. Honestly, again, I stopped watching Ken Mains because of his, just his arrogant attitude, so self-absorbed. The only thing that really Ken Mains does, he doesn't care to go on other channels and talk. He only cares about if he ends up on certain news and channels. He'll do those. Okay. So
and who else is on with him? Like he has backed out last minute of being on certain shows if he thinks his narrative is going to be twisted. Like he's very, very picky who he talks to.
Yeah.
You know, and how they do their editing. Like he doesn't even like going on Law and Crime or anything like that anymore because of how they edit and twist, and they only give him 30 seconds and they take sound bites out of what he said, and he almost refuses to do it anymore.
Yeah. So thank you, for reminding me about that, because I remember him watching. Like I said, I used to watch him all the time, because, you know, again, I like people with just brutal honesty, but you have to have the humble pie to go with that as well. And so that's what, like I said, the turnoff was, and that's why I never even knew that this had come out. Plus, during Christmas time, I really wasn't doing a ton of lives. I was just honestly focusing on just having a good Christmas, relaxing a bit. Sorry if you guys hear my husband swearing in the background a little bit. He's totally in a whole different room. But when they're gaming, all of a sudden I hear the F-bombs go off. Good old husband. But anyways, okay. Thanks, Charmaine. But honestly, am I going to have a wannabe PI investigator like F investigates, or a true detective that knows exactly what needs to be done and
how to do it,
and how to do it, and have the right people behind him to assist. So anyways, let's play it out more. We'll play it out more, guys. Thank you guys again for watching. Please hit that like button. Again, please hit that like button. Not for the sake of the channel trying to explode or grow. Mind you, I'm saying that. You know, we're only about 55 people off of 13K subs. So I wouldn't mind if you guys, you know, maybe hit subscribe. That would be nice. But at the very least, if you guys could just hit the like button in Sebastian's name. Simple as that. Put out the stuff that matters, in a sense, facts, going through things. And it's at the end of the day, it's for Sebastian. You know, care about people first over dollars and stuff like that. Absolutely. Anyways, so let's go back to watching this.
15, 20 minutes of conversation with them. You can't do that over social media. But I do believe that social media and online presence will give you a glimpse into somebody's personality. And I did not like what I saw in this whole Sebastian Rogers case. Maybe I'm old school, but it's just not the way an investigation should go. It makes it so much harder, not only on...
I'm going to back this up just for a second, because there was that part there where I was like, was he talking about Christopher Proudfoot, or was he talking about just people's personalities in general. Let me just back that up for a second. Like, I'll just go back a little bit here.
He has a way of doing that, though. Like, he'll be talking about something specific, but putting it in generalized terms.
Thanks, Helen. Okay, so yeah, let me play that back out.
I can't say that they don't have the best interest of Sebastian because I don't know them personally. And I always like to refrain from judgment until I met a person eye to eye and shake their hand and, get a good 15, 20 minutes of conversation with them. You can't do that over social media. But I do believe that social media and online presence will give you a glimpse into somebody's personality. And I did not like what I saw in this whole Sebastian.
That in particular, how did you take that? Because he's like, gives you a glimpse of someone's personality. And I didn't like what I saw. Do you think he was referring to just...
I don't think so. I honestly think that he was referring to the investigators that are working on the case. And the people that are filing motions and whatever, suing each other, those people. He didn't like what he saw because he said specifically what was going on social media. So I don't think that he was referring to Christopher Proudfoot.
Yeah.
He gets into not what he personally thinks about them.
Yeah.
But he does raise some good points coming up.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Rogers case.
Thank you, Helen.
Maybe I'm old school, but it's just not the way an investigation should go. It makes it so much harder, not only on investigators, but family members, that are involved. They have to totally shut off what's going on social media, I believe, in order to have some sanity about them. That's why I took social media off of my phone, and I have it because it is beneficial for me when I receive information. People look it up, send me stuff. There are benefits to it if used properly, and I'm not going to get into the whole social media etiquette. And if it's for you, it's for you. I don't care. I just don't like that a true case or a true crime case, especially with a missing person, is being hashed out between two sides online and fighting. It's the norm now. I understand that. I will never, ever be a part of that. For me, and this is just my humble opinion, to do a proper investigation, you need to annex yourself completely away from that. Put blinders on from the noise and stay focused at the task, and that's finding the child. Now, the reality of...
Figured you turn your camera on perhaps because you wanted to say something. No? You just turned it on? Okay. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong on this. And he isn't that person to hash things out. Just go in there, do your job. You don't need to come back to YouTube to go, "Ooh, looky what I found." It's too bad. That, well, like I said, you'll see in a bit. Because I do like the way he talks. If he would, just eat that humble pie, because he needs to. He's not the greatest. He's not the best there is. Actually, you guys, when I was Googling that, what detective solved the most cases? As a homicide detective, Kenda solved 356 out of 387 homicide cases, a closure rate of 92%. Maybe we need Kenda.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal investigator too, with an impeccable background as well.
Yeah. Oh, what? Yeah, those are amazing in numbers right there. 356, you guys, at a 387. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Um, I just want to see this here for 1 second. That's him. Let's see. Let's see. I just want to give you a bit about, just quickly, if you don't mind. I'm just going to pull this down just for a second, just to put this back up. 1 second on there, just to give people a little bit about. So this is obviously, Ken Maines, but let's see here. Biography: United States Marine Corps, criminal justice degree, patrol officer, undercover narcotics officer, undercover FBI task force, district attorney's office, county detective, county drug task force for supervisor, cold case detective, best-selling author. Of course, they all say that. TV producer and personality, right? Private investigator, uh, case cold case consultant, kind of like Jennifer Coffindaffer, with different biography there. And so yeah, so you know what? It's one of those things. If anyone, I'll just put the link in there. We're not going to go over it all, but a lot of stuff definitely underneath his belt, for sure. Uh, so that's what I do appreciate about Jennifer Coffindaffer. We're not talking about your average, ordinary person. We're talking about retired FBI agents, but their biography before that is just extensive, just like Jennifer's is on there. Let's see here. Maines holds about.
A lot of people are out talking when they don't have a background to kind of support what they're saying, and these people that you're mentioning now do. These are the people that should be working these cases, and that the social media community should be listening to.
People that have the experience, and I think kind of like Jennifer Coffindaffer says, I mean, I get it. There's a lot of YouTubers out there that have such a vast criminal record behind them, and maybe from the standpoint of the system and how to work in that section of it is one thing, and then but by the same token, on this section of it, people that really truly have the experience, not because that they have all these charges behind them, but because these are the people that put them away and that investigate these type of cases and stuff like that. Anyways, I just wanted to put that up there. So again, if you guys want to go read about him, feel free. I'm going to take that back down for a sec, come back up, and go back to this and play it out.
Things to me is that more than likely that child is dead. Now, if the parents are watching this, that's a hard realization, and I'm sorry that I have to say that. That's just my opinion based on statistics. There is still hope. Hope can be a beautiful thing. Okay? But that's where the focus has to be. It can't be on injunctions. It can't be on lawsuits. That's ludicrous. From people that aren't even involved in the case. They think they're involved.
You get so worked up.
Because they insert themselves into the case.
Absolutely.
So now listen, some of it, like I said, they do things for the right purpose. But there are some that are doing it just for the publicity. Every single little thing. Okay, Sebastian Rogers, I went and checked this sewage ditch, and then you post it. Then you post it. Every little step you post it. And you say, well, I'm doing that to keep people updated. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're doing it so people will follow you and click and all that stupid shit that is completely irrelevant to the case. It's sad.
One sec. Can I just say that's, you guys all know that's a whole lot of truth right there. And it's sad but true. There's people that are really invested, like myself, who care any day about a person before I ever put a dollar value. I don't put a dollar value in front of anything in my life. It's never been a priority. But that's the sad truth about this, right? Is that, every little droplet, anything to create a live, anything. These are the ones that create lives just to bash creators all day long. Like that's the gist of their thing is how much can we bash Jennifer Coffindaffer? How much can we bash Clutch Them Pearls, allegedly with Britney? How much can we bash, did it all day long? And that's what their lives consist of. They're not anything. All they are is leeches of the case that aren't really invested. And I wish people, just my own opinion, but I wish people would really realize that, you know, pay attention to what matters and, but not like for me when I'm doing searches on Sebastian Rogers, I don't want to watch these. Like, besides, obviously, I want to hear what Christopher Proudfoot is saying, or Seth, at points and stuff like that, or if Katie Proudfoot, or if there's any information. Those are the things I want to hear. I don't want to entertain myself with the drama of Sebastian Rogers. I want to watch, things that matter in the case that make a difference to, you know, creating that the best knowledge that we can on the information we have, So for him, preach it because that's how I personally feel. And yeah, we can say whatever we want, it's disgusting or whatever, but those channels thrive off of cases and drama and no real focus on Sebastian Rogers. They claim that they care so much, but really their lives don't show that they do. They just show that they're tingling their money jars. They got freaking, whatever. It is what it is. But I just wish people would pay attention to uh, the true facts and not always this made up stuff, you know. And that's kind of what we started off with this live was about, people creating the content and they have absolutely zero knowledge about playing with pictures or anything,
Mhm.
you know. And like I said, I'm not trying to knock her channel for Bullhorn Betty, but come on, just do a little bit of due diligence. And if you don't have any knowledge about it, then don't talk about it, or have an expert on that can, in a sense, or somebody that has more knowledge than somebody self-admitting that they couldn't tell, a lollipop in the screen to a apple type of thing. Anyways, just your thoughts on that before I played out still.
No, I totally agree with you. Um, I think that I mean it's a huge statement to say that things would be different in this case if it wasn't for social media. I don't think that that's the case, but I think that the true purpose, the goal has been,
Thank you, Helen.
has been lost. The goalpost has been moved back substantially because of social media in this case, because of what Ken Mains is talking about.
You know what? And I want to say this about Kane Men's too, because one of the last times that I watched Ken Mains is because, like he says, he works on cold cases. That's his forte. And because he wasn't used to social media in a sense, what he was seeing and witnessing, all of a sudden he was going off on these rants and rants about social media and about the disgustingness of the cases and the mockery being made of cases and the twists and the people that are leeching off. Like, you could see the anger was coming through, and that's when he said, you know what, F it, for
Yeah.
social media, I'm getting rid of it. But obviously, realistically, you can't get rid of it. But that's kind of what he was talking about there, is because he was getting so worked up over the joke of a lot of these content creators just creating a bunch of bullshit when the focus should just be on the case. And I absolutely agree, but meaning it was really getting to him,
Yeah.
hence why he was having a lot of these rage things, going on. And
And it was
like
the people with no background that had these huge followings, and it really started to eat away at him to the point where he just finally snapped. And I mean, it went on for months where unfortunately that's kind of what you were hearing from Ken Mains was just
1 sec, Charmaine. Sport with Steph is interrupting you.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate it. Love, smiling face with hearts.
Thank you. And thank you, Sport with Steffa. Love you, girly. I just want to say that because Helen said it too. But honestly, I do appreciate the complimentary stuff, it actually inside it internally embarrasses me, because I'm just trying to be true to who I am as a person, but yet by the same token, because like I said, I very much have humble pie. And it's about teamwork, working together, trying to do the right thing. That will always be my stance in life on anything, always trying to be a good person, right, Charmaine? I know you're the same mold as me that
Absolutely.
way. Yeah, same with Melissa on here, same with many others. And I always try to associate myself with those type of people that really truly have care and compassion, and they're doing things for the purpose because they care. That means a lot. So I want to say I do appreciate it when people do say things about your hard work and stuff like that, because I mean, it's true. It does take a lot of work to be a creator. Nobody asked me to be one. But just it's all, whenever you do any work, whether it's you or me, you just appreciate, even at your job, you just when you're a hard worker and that you're, good at what you do, or you're very caring people and stuff like that. I like it at my job myself when I get compliments all the time from the customers, when I'm on the phone talking with them, how when, the compliments. Sure, you get the odd person that's just cranky no matter what they do all day, somebody pissed in their cornflakes, but whatever. But it makes you always feel good when you have helped somebody, and then in return they're saying, "Oh my God, bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping me with this," because you know that they're old and that they're digitally not very inclined, and yet you just want to help them and stuff. So that means a lot. And I'm just saying that to you guys, back at you. Thank you guys as well for being kind and caring. But I appreciate it when people recognize that someone's just being kind and caring about people versus value of money, even though it's part with Stefa. Thank you. 9.99. Again, I don't expect it. It's appreciated, but it's not expected, except for Charmaine. It's always expected from Charmaine.
I know
Wait,
my role.
she knows her role. um, thank you. Apparently, I speak German, or I'm drunk with my spelling.
I was
Right?
going to say that worker.
Oh, darn it. I should have put the captions on for Charlie. The captions come on once the live ends, but when Charlie was in here yesterday, I wanted to put the captions on the video, and I didn't do that. Let me actually just turn those on quickly now for this one, because yeah, I don't know if Charlie's gonna. Well, he'll watch this later regardless. But anyways, okay, let's go back. But anyways, I just 100% agree with him on this, and
Agree.
I think
I
he had
said, hey, I will help you with this case, Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot. I will help, because I could hear. Well, listen, just because you hear depression, sadness, all those things coming from the other end of a telephone, doesn't mean they're not involved. It doesn't mean that they're sad because of the situation that the son is no longer there. It could be remorse, could be a lot of things. I'm not saying that she's involved with anything, but I'm just saying you can't make a snap judgment based off of a voice on a telephone call or even face to face. I mean, you'll get certain feelings one way or another. I mean, the only feeling that I can take from that is that she is grieving. Why she is grieving? Because of all the pressure, all the social media stuff, all the stupid attacks that are being thrown at her, or because she feels guilty about something, she didn't check on him, certain things. Okay, you don't know, but she certainly was grieving. The stepfather, on the other hand, my impressions of him, I mean, based off a 1 hour phone call and several emails, it's very hard. But I mean, you got to give him some credit. He reached out. And I know I'm not the only person he must have reached out to. But I would say that if I started that, and this is what I told the family, I would come to Tennessee. I would come to their house. You have to take video of everything there in the house, the layouts. And it isn't necessarily for right now. It's for down the road. If God forbid, the case doesn't get solved, which a lot of missing persons doesn't. You have that for future reference. So you can look at after the house is changed, demolished, renovated, whatever it is. Get a statement. Okay. And I did that. Tell me right now in this phone call what happened that night the last time you saw Sebastian. And the mother had told me, you know, stuff about him going up to bed, her hearing a loud bang up in the room, in his room, but then she asked him if he was okay. He said yes. And I made sure to annotate that, because you don't want to rely on your memory, you know, 6 months down the road when the child's found and all of a sudden you have to remember, okay, whoa. She went down to the police station and now she's giving this account. Wait, she told me this, didn't she? Well, I have it annotated. So that way I know. And if law enforcement ever came forward and say, hey, what did they tell you? This is what I would say. And it's not for publicity. It's for the case. It's for the family, and it's for Sebastian. That's how it has to be done. You have to have one alpha dog in charge that takes charge. Hey, this is the way things are going to be. This is how we're going to run things. X, Y, and Z. And if you don't follow under that, take a hike. Okay? The number one priority is not Twitter. It's not putting out your YouTube video that's saying, hey, 10 minutes ago, I found this feather next to his windowsill. 6 months later, I think it's a clue. No. Okay? One guy in charge tells you this is the way things are going to be. Now, things are so much different anymore because of social media and how the true crime genre is. It wasn't like this. Let's just go 40 years ago. You had somebody that was on scene that was in charge. It's called a lead detective. Now, the complications ran in when, okay, a private investigator is brought in. The medical examiner says this. The coroner says this. Forensic pathologist says. Then see how then one of them says, well, I'm not so sure it was a gunshot wound. I think it was blunt force trauma. But the medical examiner says this. And see how things start getting muddy. But in this way, it's a good thing. You're working out for truth for the victim. You're not doing it for social media clicks and likes and to try to feel like you're important.
That there again, because again, that's truth right there. You know,
Sure
not
is.
doing it. I really like that, right? Like he says, right? When a homicide happens and stuff like that, right? You start, you have the detectives, you have the, pathologists and stuff like that, and you got all these people with their, say, opinions, and someone might think it was caused by the gunshot wound, where the pathologist is like, whatever. No, it's this was what happened first, and then the gunshot happened after that and stuff like that. But again, you're working towards the truth, and that's all we want for Sebastian is the truth, not a bunch of garbage in there. So I like, and this isn't to sit there and preach about mob crew. But I see a person that's genuinely, even if the information might be wrong that he's putting out sometimes and then he retracts saying he's wrong. I appreciate that myself as just a person watching when someone retracts. I sure hope Bullhorn Betty retracts on her video on this one, because again, it's about truth. It's not about fluff. It's not about trying to create drama and sit there and have lives all day. It's just about the truth for Sebastian. That's what I care about most, don't you guys? The truth, right? Not someone taking another picture again and manipulating it so bad they start acting like someone's smudging here and drawing Crayola pens there on the picture and literally has no knowledge about that stuff. That's again putting out misinformation. Because so last night, do you guys remember, some of you guys might, do you guys remember Maddie Myers, the one that put out this post for Nina's daughter? And she put out this post And then she also had this post about how Sebastian was at Uncle's whatever poker game and he got in trouble for whatever. So then I seen her showing these pictures, okay, um, and using the pictures that we already have now determined. Well, I didn't even put it out there because I knew I had to do my homework first to realize where that thing was coming. But Mob Crew had got those pictures on his live, and it was all like, and I get it. He got them on the live, and he was like, "Holy crap! Like, holy shit!" Because he was getting these pictures coming in, and he was trying to decipher in a very fast way where this light was coming from. And I get it that he thought that it was coming from the Proudfoot home, but then you did your due diligence, and then he came back after looking at things, and then people were saying that that was a person. So this person, Maddie Myers, who follows true crime and a lot of good channels, um, starts putting out these pictures with the bedroom light is the Proudfoots, totally circling like this was a person, which is an actual tree. So I put a couple posts back to her thing, and I said, please take, or I said, please don't hurt Sebastian Roger by putting this unfactual stuff out there, you know. And anyways, she ended up taking it down, but then she pulled up Bullhorn Betty's stuff, and I'm just like, because here this person obviously follows Bullhorn Betty, and again, I don't want to take away from Bullhorn Betty, okay? Never, I don't really know much about her. I remember her. I just know she's part of Sebastian's case. What I'm trying to knock down is when people are just putting out stuff that's not true. And if you realize it isn't, then go back and just say I was wrong on that one. So I really truly hope that with that video that she did today, that people don't take it with a grain of salt. Don't even take it with a freaking iota of sugar, like not even one drop, because it's not factual at all. It's just somebody that doesn't know how to look at pictures at all, and then having someone in chat say that act like that they do, and that somebody's using a black marker as if to point out something. But we're going to go through that after this live, just to put it back on course. And just like he wants, just like I want, just like you want, and I'm hoping that you guys want, just put out, just put out the best truth you can. And if you realize that that's not the truth, then take it back and be responsible when it comes to people, these cases, and stuff like that, right? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and preach I'm an angel or something like that. I'm not, but I have no problem either apologizing or, let me put it this way: I personally just own my shit at the end of the day, because that's what we're supposed to do, right? Nobody forced me to do a live or show things or whatever. So I always have to take responsibility for anything that I do, and I just wish that more people would pay attention to that stuff before they just kind of create a live and then put shit out there, and you have a bunch of followers now believing that some little person is in there where it's truly a tree. Because if you had actual pictures and did it, you realize that the light was coming off of it, taking away from the tree. That like that basically blocking out of that window a little bit with the light coming through. So, anyways, I really love what Ken Main stands for the sense of no bullshit. Let's just get down to business, right? XYZ. Let's do this and get to the truth. That's all we want. Like, I would love it if Sebastian's case was solved today. Because you know why? Probably going to do a couple more lives on it. Other than that, I'll just like the Delphi case, I'll just be happy that there's a conclusion coming. Now, if that conclusion happens to change down the road, so be it. I'm comfortable where how Delphi ended myself. For me personally, it was an exhausting case, long, draining. Sebastian case is a mind boggle for sure. But I'll be happy with some sort of conclusion for the family, and that I feel okay. The rest of it now is in the hands of the LE and stuff like that. If there's persons or people charged, of course, that part I would still keep following for a bit, but I'm never going to end up just riding off of a case just for the sake of creating a live to try to get your views and clicks. Because of that, it's not in my my build to do stuff like that. Shemaine, is there anything else you want to say before I hit play again?
I had something, but it's gone now.
Oh, Probably because I was talking too long on that one.
It's fine. It was more, no, it was more along the same lines as just kind of what you were saying.
Okay. All right.
And Travis, it was actually
No.
a Canadian Football League reference analogy. Let's continue.
When I was on Hunt for the Zodiac Killer on the History Channel,
Here is
and
it.
it aired, there was a detective. His name was Shumway.
I love this part.
I could tell when we were there, you know, we were cordial, but I could tell there was a sense of friction. And then after the show aired, and I made what he took as a condescending remark towards the investigators when I said, well, they wouldn't share police reports with anybody. How's that working out for you, buddy? Well, the next day he contacted me and, you know, he basically yelled at me through email, you know, who do you think you are, this and that. And I certainly didn't take too kind to that. But one of the things that he said was this. And even in bad context, it's always good to learn, right? Take something from it, even if it pisses you off. He said to me, I think you think you're more important than what you are. And at the time, it certainly really upset me because I don't feel that way. But maybe he was right a little bit. You know, you have to check yourself and step back. And remember, maybe some of you aren't as important as you think you are. Although we are important, I just always remember that. And although I have feelings one way or another towards that former detective, I learned something from him, and that was it. That'll always stick with me. So,
All right, hang on. We do have to stop there because that was one of my favorite parts when he said that. What about you?
Absolutely. Like, good for him to own that
As long as he owns
and
it.
be able to project it onto the creators that he's kind of talking about. I think good for him. I think it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Called him out without calling him out, with like putting himself in that position too, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why I had to have humble pie in Delphi. Like I said, I came out with not a care in the world because I was not even I wasn't monetized. I didn't care. I just wanted what I thought was to put out this factual information in a sense, thinking I've done my due diligence. But in saying that, so yeah, but I kind of got on my own high horse a bit there, going, I don't give a shit what you guys are saying. Like, I've done my homework, you know, da 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 da. And then, like I said, you always have to in life recognize where you need to maybe look at yourself in the mirror and look at who you are as a person or what you're doing. And because although I am all about teamwork and working with people and stuff like that, you know, sometimes you get on your high horse a little bit thinking that you do this great work yourself and, like knocking down all these other people that are doing work. Kind of, in saying that, so I think the Mob Crew did that a little bit on his live a few lives ago. It's kind of like somebody was showing their work and instantly he reminded me of myself. He was just like looking, he basically barely put it up and he couldn't kind of make out what the person was really trying to show. And he's like, nope, 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 no, no, no. And it almost came across to me that he was the seniority person about videos and the manipulating and doing all this work, and it almost came across to me like how I was doing in Delphi, where it was like almost like I was better than most people that could look at pictures and do this stuff, and I had to eat a freaking can of humble pie on that, realizing once I saw the crime scene photos and realized how wrong I was. That's what you like. So, like I said, I found it embarrassing on myself because I really thought that I was doing this work, of course, in honor of the girls, trying to understand that case and trying to understand what was at the crime scene and stuff like that. I did find it very humiliating that I thought that I had done, what I thought I'd done great work, but with the best intentions about doing it. And to give people some answers where there wasn't any, and realizing that, to accuse somebody of something. When I'm talking about accusing, I'm talking about accusing, say, the Proudfoots of murder, in a sense, like literally wholeheartedly saying 100% you believe that the Proudfoots did it. I learned better than to say exactly stuff like that because I did that with the other freaking 90 ass freaking suspects out there. I put my claim to KD. I'm not going to say his name anymore, but to KD. I did send him a message eventually apologizing that I was wrong. Not that he would accept my apology or anything, I'm sure, but I had to for the sake of myself because I was wrong. And that's when I realized the damage you could do to somebody's life in a sense. Now, again, I can sit there and talk about, we'll talk about Katie and Christopher and what we still feel and what we think, or, it really comes down to this. It's like, at the end of the day, Sebastian was seen with Katie. Is there a possibility that Katie has done something to her son? Absolutely. No matter what, the police are looking at every avenue. The parents are looking at the dad, the mom, the aunts, the uncles, anyone that was involved, and then going back outwards. Are they looking at them? Absolutely. We're not detectives, but we're just putting our thoughts to something. Do I think myself that Katie's this great mother? Personally, she might think she is. My perception is no, I don't think she is. I'm allowed to have that opinion about her. Do I think Christopher Proudfoot is like, 5.0 narcissist with a very unlikable personality? And I think that he's pretty much what I would just deem as a douchebag. Absolutely. Can I say that? Yeah, I can. But I'm not going to sit there and say that Katie and Christopher are guilty of Sebastian's disappearance as 100% or whatever. But do I think about the possibility of them being involved? Yes. But I also think about the possibility of Sebastian leaving the home on his own accord. I think about a third party coming into it. And I just keep an open mind because if we stay convicted to one thing, then you're not going to see anything outside of that scope. And I'm just very much willing, I know Charmaine is too, that you want the truth of it to come out. Even if you think that Chris and Katie are the shittiest parents out there, and I don't think that they're the shittiest, but I think that they, are in a lot of ways as well. But you just want the truth of it, the truth to come to light. And not because I'm set on one particular thing, because I'm not. I'm set on absolutely looking for the truth, looking for things that matter. And so, right, that's all I can say about that. Right, Charmaine? Amen. Preach it.
Preach it.
Preach it.
And Travis makes a good point. What exactly is factual at this point? Law enforcement doesn't release information.
Yes, they have.
The facts that we have are extraordinarily limited. Well, some, but not a lot. And every time Travis comes into a live, he always says, is anything new in this case? Not really.
No. Well,
Not really.
yes, there's been minor things with pictures coming out, like what happened the other day on the Mob Crew, or when SF Investigates put out the picture. So there has been little things, but anything,
From
what?
law enforcement, though. So,
But no, law enforcement, no, not from law enforcement,
so the
but what
last
Travis,
they officially got, wasn't that the Roadhouse video?
yeah. The Roadhouse. My thing is this: what Travis might deem as factual, and what I deem as factual, because Travis is a lawyer. For anyone that doesn't know, in Texas, there. Okay, so for me, if it comes out of Chris's mouth, is that coming out of Chris's mouth, and is he part of Sebastian's? The whole thing to do with Sebastian's disappearance. He's a family member. If it comes out of his mouth, it doesn't mean it's factual, but it still came out of his mouth. If it comes out of Katie's mouth or Seth's mouth, to me, even if it's not true, they still factually said it, regardless.
And
And
it's
they'll be
still
held.
things to consider because it's coming from the family. And I mean, I totally understand that. But as for actual facts, speaking, I'm not aware, obviously, but he is. But this
Right.
is just what he's saying, and he has a point. Actual facts from law enforcement are anorexic at this point.
Pretty much. Yeah. Okay. And hello, Crafty
Am I
One.
going to help on this case? It doesn't look so now because I have other cases have come in since I was contacted. You know, and I was contacted a couple months ago. It wasn't like this was yesterday or anything like that. And since then, I've had other cases, not paying cases. I was going to do the Rogers case pro bono. I would certainly still help in any way that I can, but I wouldn't be traveling more than likely to Tennessee.
Right? You know what? I must have missed that part. Because I must have missed that one sentence there. That he was going, note the word, I was going to do the Sebastian case pro bono.
Pro bono.
I didn't know that. Remember, okay, please note he says he was. Okay.
Why is that though? Because they're paying these other investigators so much money. What I mean, and we should also point out, I don't know if you got that yet. This was so this video is from December, and they had reached out to him a few months before that.
Yeah.
So we're talking probably like 5-6 months ago. They were having these conversations.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
Tennessee and those things.
10 minutes left, guys.
It would certainly be a nightmare on the front that anymore. If you're going to be involved in true crime, you better get ready to be attacked. And you have to have thick enough skin and broad enough shoulders to take that. And I certainly do, you know, because I don't live my life online and I don't debate, you know. I will take intelligent conversation from somebody that has meaningful conversations that want to talk, but I'm not going to file a freaking injunction. I'm not going to call you a piece of crap and get into your bankruptcy history and your failed businesses. And so you can't do it. The stuff I saw, which had no relevance to this poor kid, people lose sight of it. And it's sad. You can't lose sight that it's about the kid. That's it. Secondary, it's about the family. Now, if the family's involved, it doesn't matter. It's still about the family because there's extended family as well. I didn't talk about the biological dad because I don't know much about him. I didn't research him and I didn't talk to him. But I know through conversations with the stepdad and Sebastian's mother that there is this, and that's not unusual. It complicates things a little bit, but you have to get them on the same page and say, hey, it isn't about this, but it'll happen. This will blame this one. This one blames this one. It happens, but you have to try to get them on the same page and say, hey, listen, it's about the child. End of story. Nothing else. Nothing else. We have to work for a common goal, and that's to find the child. Period. And I just don't think there are people that have that same priority. I don't know. It's frustrating, I guess, in a way, but I just don't let it get to me. I know, like, right now I have another case. I have a couple cases that I'm working. One's a
again, because, you know, I'm sure others have said this, and just like what Ken Mayen said, is that it's about Sebastian. At the end of the day, it's absolutely 1,000 billion% about Sebastian, and all these lawsuits going on, all these filings and stuff like that, and you can just really feel it when he's saying it, but that, like, others, like, you know, can't seem to agree. I just find it hard that this isn't the case with this case. That put the other shit aside, because it's not about you. It's not about Seth. It's not about Katie. It's not about Christopher and egos. It's about a child that's missing. That's their son. And they can't get their shit together to work out together. And I just find it so...
They all went on the defensive so quickly, and the focus became about whose side you're on so quickly.
Yes.
And like I said at the beginning of this, and for months now, like, Sebastian is lost in so many ways.
Yes, I really do hate this whole. I'm not sure what the other team is called, but is it the red team, green team? Green team obviously being Sebastian's side. I really hate that it, like it's being labeled like this. It's disgusting. It's not no freaking game. It's not about, you know, Seth, Christopher, and Katie, like meaning it's about Sebastian. And then to sit here and label it like it's a game all the time, like as if it's so disgusting to me to sit there and go, okay, well, this is green team, this is whatever the other team is or whatever, right? But it all started really with um, the parents.
So,
Started with well, Christopher will want to blame, and this is where I kind of have a hard time with that because Christopher, you're not the biological father. Okay, it should be between
it started with Seth, though. Seth had made, I
the
can't
GoFundMe.
remember what it was, but
It was the GoFundMe.
yeah. No, well, yeah, but it was during an interview that he had made some comment
I know.
about Sebastian's
Mother.
life over there or whatever,
Yeah.
and it got all of us like, ooh, what does he mean by that? What's going on here?
That's not what started it though. That was after. The GoFundMe is what started it. You're talking about when he started outing Katie, I believe, and he started giving some insight about Katie. So basically, after Christopher and Seth had had a talk, and that's the one where I think we see the picture where Christopher and uh, Seth are at hit the truck.
I know.
But that came after it. The thing
Yeah,
that
no,
started
that's
it.
way after what I'm talking about. Like Seth's very first interview. He was asked
No,
a question and he didn't answer it, but he said, I'm not gonna touch that or whatever he did, but it got your antenna up, Sonny, I'm telling you. It was
yeah,
before the
but
GoFundMe.
no, it was not. It was not before the GoFundMe. Christopher himself talked about that. It was that Christopher himself out of his own mouth that's what pissed him off was the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
So I'll agree to disagree on that. So I know what you're talking about now about that, but it was the GoFundMe that pissed Christopher off. And then it was just those little tidbits after that like kept happening with the GoFundMe.
Hmm.
I wonder. That's probably taken down now. You know, or else I'd just go look at the date. But anyways, Christopher on a live, I think it was Smiley's World that he actually had brought it up, and he was pissed off about the GoFundMe because before they even showed their faces on camera, any of them, because Seth came after the Duchess, like meaning the Christopher and Katie did the Duchess, and then Seth came out soon after, if not the next day or another day after that, but. But Chris, because his sister had set up the GoFundMe, and so when Smiley was talking about this particular area, um, Christopher had said, because we had made a pact that if we did anything, that we would discuss it with each other. And then
Right.
next thing you know, Christopher had the GoFundMe. So that's where he's the one that actually said that himself. Um, Never nothing so much about that one. I mean, it was just little things after little things that I get it. Like no, I mean, I get it from the standpoint that if I have a friendship with you in a sense, and you kept doing things contrary to what we talked about, and I'd be like, what the fuck, right? So I can understand Christopher being pissed off at Seth. I can understand why someone would do that. But it always became to me about who cares though? Like put your shit to the side, and just freaking get along. You guys are adults. Worry about the child. But it never happened. And then
Hmm.
the next major one was when Seth started talking about Katie. Like right after they had come to an agreement to work together, he literally goes on a live that night, I believe, on Court TV, and he starts bashing Katie and about all this stuff and everyone about that molestation and stuff like that. And or it was the one where, if that's in the same one, but it's one where he's like, well, it was under her watch again, type of thing. And I'm just like, oh, seriously. Like, So then that became this, that's when it really turboed into this big boom and bomb of, this major fighting going on, and, and then Tony coming in saying that we're having nothing to do with that. You know what? We're pissed off now. We're having nothing to do with Christopher and stuff like that. I understand why Christopher and Katie would be upset, but like, whatever, have your stupid wars, but
Mhm.
focus back on Sebastian. So which way we think, or you think, or I think, what caused the rift. Bottom line is the parents couldn't get their shit together to work together. And that's what I find really sad, because we know of all the cases like the Petitos and stuff that work together. They're divorced, but they put their shit aside, even in Dylan Round's case too, right?
Mm.
Divorced parents came together. All they wanted was that. And that's what you would expect to see happen. But I mean, that's in a perfect world, I suppose. But that's what makes us sad, is because honestly, if they had unity, that would have been a whole different perception on the internet and what people see. Because if they were doing an interview together, for instance, and then you heard Seth say things about his son, obviously Seth has his point of view from when Sebastian was at his home and all these different things. But at the same token, you would be hearing Chris and Katie talk about it as well. And then as a whole, viewers would be able to see, like, oh, okay, so the father's saying this about Sebastian and what it was like when he lived there. Parents are talking about this and what their rules were in the house and stuff like that. And at least you still had, the teams, like the families working together, and giving you the information as a whole, instead of this bickering and arguing in a sense. And I agree that probably Seth has said more slang towards the Proudfoots and Kate, like Katie and Christopher, than the Proudfoots have done bashing on him, in a sense. Like, he has said stuff, Christopher. Katie doesn't say anything, but I think that Seth has definitely said a lot more shade towards the Proudfoots, you know? And
Mhm.
it's just one of those things. I don't, that's how I feel, myself. Whatever you
I
guys feel,
agree.
yeah. Um, what do you say? Travis says, do we know if the video at the house sort of ruled out the Proudfoots? Do we know if no, we don't know. That's just assumptions. Yeah. We don't know anything. I think he's talking about the flashlight garbage truck video on there. Anyway, let me play
Very,
it out
very,
again.
very high profile case that I'm
I need
being
to put
brought
it in there.
into. And it's very cumbersome, and it requires some travel. That's going to take up a lot of my time. In addition to that, there's another high profile serial murder case that I am working for NBC, and a TV show that is very complex as well. So, you just go from one case, at least I do, one case, put your effort and mind into it. This is what needs to be done. This is what I can do. These are the puzzle pieces that I can kind of fit together. This is what I think. And then you move on to the next one. I've recently reached out to a couple people in prison in regards to a case that I was working. Donna Emmel case is one of them. Stephanie Coyle case is another one of them. There was a few more that I'm trying to get some resolution to those cases as well. So, and you do it for the family, but I believe in total transparency and honesty. Yes, I do it for the family and the victims, number one, but number two, I do it for myself because I enjoy it. And, I have a little bit of talent for it. And I think if you marry those things up, you can be successful. And that's why I've been successful on a lot of these cases. It's because I enjoy it. It's my hobby. Like some people enjoy golfing or fishing or woodworking. And when they when they do it, they feel good. It's what they want to do. That's the same with cold cases with me. I work on it because that's what I like to do. And if I'm able to help law enforcement or help the victims' families, it makes me feel even better. And as a Christian, that's what I want to do, is I want to help people. That's why I entertained the offer of helping Sebastian Rogers' family. Of course I'll help. I'm not going to tell you no. But you have to look at all these other things and see what's happening. And when I did that, I wasn't happy with it. Wasn't very comfortable with it. So hey, I will still help in that case. And I hope that the family knows that. I just don't think it would be as involved or as intense as it should have been, unless, I still leave the door open. If you have one person in charge that's working with the police, giving information to them as you're finding it out, and not everybody running amok, maybe I would still entertain that offer. But it's just the new true crime stuff is just horrible in my opinion. I just can't believe it. The lawsuits from people that aren't even involved in the name calling, the horrible things that you bring out, and it's not even about the case. It's personal attacks within the case. I don't understand. I guess that's maybe why I do my own thing. Hey, that's my thought here on the Sebastian Rogers case. I do think that you have to look inside that house first and foremost, and that's nothing against the parent and the step parent. That's where you got to begin. That's where the child was last seen, obviously. You have to really look at victimology, his proclivities. What did he like to do? What was he scared of? Was he scared of the dark? These things you have to know. You would really have to take a lot of time to learn those, and then work your way out. Neighbors, interview neighbors. And I had discussed this with the Proudfoots about, if or when I went to Tennessee, that would be one of the first things that I would do. You're going to interview these neighbors, and you're not interviewing them for what you think. You're not interviewing them specifically, did you see Sebastian? No. You're interviewing them about the people inside that house. Tell me about them. Do you know them? Have you observed them? Those are the things that you want to know. And then, did you see this? When was the last time you seen? But it's what's going on inside that house. That's what you want to know first and foremost. And then you work your way out. It does sound simple, doesn't it? And I guess in my mind, it is the way you go about it. What's difficult is then trying to take the totality of all that and put it together and make it fit. And so you know what happened. That's more difficult, I guess. But it can be done. It can be done on every single case that you look at. I remember the Delphi case. I went back and looked at my first video that I had done about that and compare it to the trial. It's all about learning. You always want to learn. So I wanted to learn, hey, was I right? Was I wrong? What did I do? And certainly was correct about the sexual context of it, the motive. I think I said that I thought it was going to be an abduction. I haven't heard that in the trial. Now, I'm not paying attention too much to the trial, but when a news article comes up about it, I will read it. And I haven't heard that, so I could have been wrong about that. But about the offender living within 25 miles and being in that town, I was correct about all of that stuff. But you want to learn. What did I miss? Because you want to apply it to other cases, such as Sebastian Rogers. Okay? It's all about learning and growing. How can I be a better detective in order to help another family? That's all. Okay, that's it. Sebastian.
Okay. So first of all, Charmaine, question. And thanks, Travis. Travis says, think creators were 100 to 1 against the Proudfoots, and it was a pile-on until Seth melted down. If there was not people like Sonny, I think that this would have been dead long ago. I mean, thank you, Travis. I do humbly disagree. I think that that this case took a turn for a bit there when there was nothing coming out, but the drama kept it going strong. It wasn't due to Sonny. It was because of the drama. If so, I'd probably have 1,000, 2,000 people in this chat. It's the drama that's kept it going along, sadly. But in saying that, it's kept the case out there. And I know it's not good in a lot of ways, but by the same token, it is good because most people would, love to have their cases put out there to the world that have missing children. And that I feel sorry for, that it takes drama to keep a case going out there when it should be about, you're doing it for the right reasons and not for self-pocketing purposes. But anyway, Charmaine, how did you take that? did you take it that the Proudfoots didn't want to kind of follow that code that he, for the case, like that they didn't want to say perhaps get rid of their uh, $2,200 a day investigator? How did you take that?
Myself, I took it as he was on the fence whether or not to join because of all the hubbub around the case, and other opportunities for him came up, other families that asked him for help that were more suitable to what he was able to help with. He was actually able to help with, because he did say he's still willing to help. Obviously, he's not going to tell them no, but as for traveling on his own dime to Tennessee to work with a bunch of,
Stuff going on.
lack of a better term, riffraff, obviously he doesn't think much of these people that they've got working with him. At least in the sense that he would have to be kind of subordinate to them and kind of just find his place in the shit show. I think that he shied away from it. I don't think that they said, well, we're not getting rid of these people. I don't know that. I don't
feel
know
like that was
if
part
based
of
an
it.
ultimatum on them at all. You know what I mean? I think conversation just kind of probably died around that whole, this is what I would want to happen. And maybe they didn't know what to do with. Like, I don't know. But to me, it sounds like some other opportunities came up that were more feasible for him to be helpful in. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And what do you guys think about that in chat yourself? I honestly, myself, my own personal take was that I feel like Christopher Proudfoot, who likes control, like when he said earlier that they had to, like think on it, basically, I think that means perhaps dropping lawsuits, and they probably had conversations about, hey, look, this is about Sebastian. You guys need to kind of like this, you guys as parents need to get your freaking ducks in a row properly to what you're doing. So I half agree with exactly what you're saying, but I also believe that Christopher, the Proudfoot side, probably didn't want to do certain things, and Ken Maines just didn't want to be part of that. But if they ever kind of want to do it in a way that is for Sebastian, that he's leaving that door open when they want to make it truly about Sebastian, versus this mockery that's going on.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. He had said part that did a little bit. I don't want to. I want to say made me chuckle because it did. Because after we did the live yesterday, and knowing what the neighbors were saying, or the neighbor that was saying about the Proudfoots, that's where my issue lies with Sebastian. Was learning or remembering and hearing and watching that live with Crime Lines and Lies there, and what that neighbor was saying as just a genuine older person that lived near the Proudfoots, and discussions obviously with neighbors like Cliff next door and stuff like that. They were not well liked. At least Christopher, for sure. That he didn't really mention Katie so much as he kept talking about Chris. But obviously, Katie's the mother, and she knows exactly what Christopher Proudfoot is doing as a person. And I think when we got hindsight, like with Nina and the exes there, and then we have CPS reports, and then we hear about about when Sebastian's like kind of hollering from the freaking garage because he has to sleep out there, and the CPS came over because of that. And I agree, because this is where I think this is so wrong. CPS has failed so many children this way. We've seen it in so many cases where they're not doing their due diligence. I mean, if your kid is even known to be sleeping in the garage on a bed, because he's a pissy pants or whatever like that, that's something to be deeply looked into to me, you know.
And that
And
was another thing about like what Ken had said, like maybe not even 5 minutes ago, about what he would do. You talk to the neighbors, and do you know them? Have
Right.
you observed them and knowing what we know or what we think we know, whatever, what we've heard? I think that would, that would, I mean, that no matter who you are, I don't care who you are, if you hear some of the stories that these neighbors have about what they observed with Christopher and his treatment of Sebastian, I think that would definitely put Ken Maines on a certain trajectory as well.
Trajectory, perhaps. And that's my thing here, right? So I feel like all like that information coming through, like whether it's the marriage going south, whether it's this is to me, this isn't a pedophile thing where some pervy came along. This is either to me some person that knew about Sebastian's situation that possibly to me, and this is why I said teacher, because I don't think it's out of realm that people do this for the sake of what they think they're doing right, because they think that they're being a savior of something. So I always do question that when it comes to that. But again, I think that information from the neighbors is very telling about Sebastian's life inside of his home, and it being projected that it was just like this great family, and they don't know why, and they can't think of any reason why Sebastian would have left, or, as they kept saying, walked out the door. That's so ridiculous. When
So
you
do you
hear,
remember at the beginning and you'd ask me what I thought, and my hope was that some little old lady saw something and felt sorry for him and took him and had him in her basement and was feeding him, made chocolate chip cookies, and he was going to be found and everything was going to be fine.
yeah,
Along those same lines, what you're saying, like a teacher or something like that.
mm,
But in reality, if there's a teacher or a neighbor or somebody that knew about Sebastian's situation and they took him thinking that they're doing right by the kid, there's got to be some kind of mental instability there to think
of
that
course.
that's okay for this long. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like
Oh yeah,
I don't think that that's feasible anymore.
I get what you're saying. Um, I'll probably put that one ahead of him walking out at his own.
100%. Like I don't think that he was for a long time. I was willing to believe that maybe he did walk away on his own. But I have a hard time
I
believing
think
his glasses, his socks, his shorts, his
right,
hoodie. After
right,
you've been out
everything.
there, and if you're passed away, things happen to your body, and then all of a sudden your clothes are just loose, and they can be taken away by the wind, or they can be partially buried or whatever, but and hundreds of people have trampled all through there. And yes, possibly could have been missed, but chances are,
I think for me, I still think at the end of the day, whether it's because of um, whether the relationship was crumbling, or all of the different things that were happening to Sebastian, I really still think that the main focus here to me is still amongst the Proudfoots, as to why what of something that happened to Sebastian. I think it falls regardless of if they Katie had done something to Sebastian, or Sebastian did leave on his own and wasn't found, miraculously made it through all that stuff, didn't take anything. I still think that the basis of Sebastian missing is either because of the that him not wanting to be there whatsoever, and that somebody helped and aid him, but it generating back to the Proudfoots as the cause of why what happened to Sebastian. In a sense, does that make sense? What I'm saying? Yeah. I just feel like that's the gist. It's going to be based around something to do with the Proudfoots, whether they had anything to do with it or not themselves. That the gist of Sebastian's disappearance revolves around his homestead there, and something to do with either maybe the marriage collapsing as well,
and
perhaps.
for a while in my own head, and I don't think I ever shared it, I thought that maybe there was a possibility that there was a maybe like a school counselor or a confidant or
Right.
something at school that was aware. But like I said, to have it go on for this long with no
Yeah.
sightings,
I
no
know.
nothing,
I know.
there would have to be some kind of mental instability for an adult
Oh,
especially an adult employed by a school, to think that
for
that
sure.
is still appropriate with all of
Yeah.
this going on looking for this boy a year later.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's just it's honestly it's frustrating. It's heartbreaking first and foremost because we're talking about a child that, at the end of the day is playing one day and gone the next. It's just heartbreaking, but it's frustrating because well, you know what? Let me play this clip out quickly, okay? It's just a short one, just over a minute. It was from
I
when
remember
it was his
this.
birthday. Yeah. Just a quick, let me just play this out.
The Amber Alert remains active, and now nearly 10 months after Sebastian Rogers disappeared, those leading the search effort say no one is giving up.
It's not a cold case. It's an active and ongoing investigation.
Sumner County Sheriff Eric Craddock has been on the case since Sebastian disappeared from his Hendersonville home back on February 26th. Since then, hundreds of tips have been investigated, and to date, there still have been no confirmed sightings. In that vacuum, rumors continue to run rampant online from less than credible sources.
Well, it's real easy to sit on social media and make those comments.
Sheriff Craddock says investigators deal with facts, seeking evidence and hard leads. There have been few official updates in recent months, but the sheriff says investigators meet weekly about the case.
I've been pretty transparent. There is some information that's just not releasable, right? And that's only because any information released could be prejudicial to the case. And a successful resolution is my ultimate goal.
There's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't think about Sebastian.
EMA Director Ken Widener has headed up search efforts around Sebastian's home and beyond from the very beginning, and it is his team that stands ready to act on any credible lead that comes from the tip line.
We have K-9 on standby. We have search teams on standby. We've got drones ready to go, and we go.
The question of what happened to Sebastian very much still remains open, and to date, nothing has been ruled out, including the possibility of foul play. And on that note, District Attorney Ray Whitley tells me he gets updates on the case nearly every week, and he does stand ready to prosecute if it ever comes to that.
Whoops, bring us back up on there, I think. Here, whatever. Okay, so I mean, that was just a quick little thing, on Craddock and stuff like that. Anyways, thoughts on anything he said there? Or just too late now, should have found him 6 months ago. I know that there's like everyone looks at every little thing. Let me go to this with you. Let's talk about actually I'm gonna go to, give me a second here. Let me ask you about the flashlight video, garbage truck video. First of all, let me just ask you, do you believe it's a flashlight video or a garbage truck video, basically, regardless, like meaning not that there's no flashing garbage truck there that's in those pictures, but do you believe that when Ellie called Seth, Katie, and Christopher to look at the video footage from that neighbor's house and said that it was like a garbage truck video? Okay, we're talking about people that have used technology in a sense like that. Do you think that they're feeding them misinformation? Or do you believe that? So you believe that they're feeding them misinformation? Do you believe that they were wrong in their thinking that it was those lights were that way, but maybe they were incorrect and made a mistake themselves? Or do they believe it's flashlight video?
Or that law enforcement didn't tell them it was a trash truck.
Well, law enforcement did tell them it was a trash truck video.
Who
Like
said
meaning,
that?
huh?
Seth said that.
Seth and Christopher.
Okay, and I mean, I didn't watch your live yesterday, but the last time I watched, you guys were talking, and I believe I was even on one, that Seth had said that it wasn't a trash truck in the past week.
Say that again.
He said that it wasn't a trash truck, or that law enforcement hadn't said anything to him about that flashlight video.
Yeah, so what's that? So that was so recently he made that comment on Nancy Grace's
Right.
thing that he said law enforcement hadn't said told him anything about that video. And you're like, wait a sec, what? Like, what do you mean? You clearly stated, and Christopher Proudfoot too.
Mm.
It's like, do you know what I mean? For both of them to be lying about that seems
Lying,
absurd.
I think, was an overstatement. I think maybe they were given the wrong information,
Maybe.
or at that time they believed it was and jumped the gun by telling the both dads that. Me myself, when I saw it, I didn't see trash truck. I thought I saw the two flashlights moving separately. You know what I mean? But once you
Well,
guys
yeah.
were so adamant about it being a trash truck, and then Seth and Christopher saying it was a trash truck, I let it leave my mind. Like, okay, so that's not related. That's irrelevant. I don't need to think about that anymore.
Yeah.
To me,
What
at
is,
first, it didn't look like a trash truck. I thought it was flashlights, and I thought there's a clue. There's something to go on, but
mhm. Um, I want to play this quickly because I was watching this, and I know that Seth, it says, Seth R. Rogers, but we're just going to play this one. I mean, this kid, Sebastian, he has a personality. So I just want to play this for you guys, just as a moment for Sebastian himself, and just what a darling. Like, honestly, this kid's in overdrive when he's freaking on this Christmas event that they're having at the school. And it's just so darn cute. Anyways, so let's. It doesn't have no music, so we'll just play it out as it is. On there, I'll make it bigger. Oops, I went blurry anyway. Do. Oh, he's just so cute. You guys, just a moment for Sebastian, okay?
he doesn't seem very shy, does
He's
he?
not he's not shy at all, is he? No. Look at him getting right into the musical part.
The
A
little
little
girl's just like, what are you doing?
bit. Oh my goodness. Ah.
Just having a riot.
Oh, look at him. And it's like he's purposely looking over, maybe to his mom and dad and that as he's doing it.
Yeah.
Ah. Yeah, it is precious, isn't it, Joni? And just a girl who loves frogs. Yes, I've seen his graduation footage too, Helen. Yeah, this one here just made me giggle and laugh because it was just his personality. It really does exude. We'll take that off there for a second now. No, 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 Nancy, I don't want you, Nancy, this time. And okay. uh, now I was uh, because I know Plain Sight does some little clippings, of different things with the Sebastian Rogers case and stuff like that, and on hiding in plain sight. You guys, if you don't know that channel, right here, sorry, missing in plain sight. I said it wrong. I said hiding. Anyways, but she has a lot of clippings of Sebastian Rogers and the light videos. So if you guys want to find all three of those videos, like the Nick Perez, the 20-second clipping, and then like the 34-second clipping on there. My issue with um, I'm just gonna go to that. Okay, well, first of all, you guys, green hearts for Sebastian, okay? And if you're a member, um, just flip off your Sebastian green hearts for him. Also, please hit the like button as well for Sebastian. You know, but it just what is just such a character, isn't he? Yeah, just right into the whole role of it and stuff like that. And again, according to the neighbor, you know, just hearing some of those things that we were told that Christopher Proudfoot had called him and said, and, spraying him with a pressure washer and like this is stuff that say would be verified, but we all know that it's still coming from, not from the horse's mouth themselves, but, you know, uh, again, there's neighbors literally telling you that they did not like Christopher
That
Proudfoot.
really,
Why? You're laggy.
that really disturbs me, the whole pressure washer thing. Like
It all disturbs me.
I have 6 or 7 different clients, and believe it or not, like grown men work in the industry that I work in, and I have to write rules for them not to mess around with pressure washers because it can deglove you. It can take off a limb. Like you know what I mean? Like these things are super high pressure. And to think of spraying a child
Mm-hmm.
is
Hi, Dirty Scoop.
I can't even wrap my head around that. So there's this website that I use quite often for my podcast. It's called Crime Timelines, and they do have a section on Sebastian. I'll post the link here, but
Okay.
it's an amazing site. Like people put a lot of time and effort into like so many different cases, but there is Sebastian stuff on there. Pretty much everything official
Good.
is
Good.
on this website.
Yeah, make sure you guys open up a new tab and watch that in a little bit. All in good fun. Pressure washer fights. Travis, no making fun of that.
Well, I mean, it's one thing if somebody's like 20 feet away or something and you're getting them with the mist or something, but
Yeah.
if you're pointing a pressure washer at somebody, you can take the skin off. Like I've seen guys get like it through their boot and damage their feet.
Oh yeah, Charmaine. Me and my ex-husband and even my husband has used one as well. But me and my ex-husband, like we use the pressure washer all the time for different things. And I made the mistake myself of doing that same thing that they were talking about crime lines and lies there. I literally did the same thing, and my feet were dirty, so I squirted it there. You want to talking about freaking like having almost like nails shoot down at your feet? Yeah, very painful. Because even I like to test things sometimes and see for myself. That was a wrong mistake. Like meaning it hurt. Doing just pointing it down at my feet, thinking I was going to wash them off, and then it was just like So he of course had a meltdown, and that's when it was said, basically come get your tard. So Katie had to come out of the house or whatever, come get your tard because he was having a complete meltdown. Does that seem like unshocking behavior though from Christopher Proudfoot? No, he himself has shown that side of him. And then you have neighbors that are literally disliking him, that he's loud, that he has to be right. And that's not shocking for us. But it's just confirmation that that's exactly what we're seeing from that side of him. That's disturbing to me, to know these things from the neighbors, or a neighbor that was speaking that time. But it's like calls out Cliff and says, and Cliff doesn't like him at all. His next door own neighbor there. And Cliff doesn't like him at all. But okay. So again, I kind of go back to what I said a few minutes ago about the fact that I feel like Sebastian's disappearance either has something to do with the marriage perhaps dissolving or but it's still something that's revolving around the family life there. So whether it was Proudfoot involvement or not, I still think that whether it was a disappearance or somebody was assisting, that this is all going to revolve around Sebastian's home life there, or lack of the fact, or hey.
You don't think that the original storyline is he was maybe going out to go on an adventure to the construction zone or whatever, you don't think that that's plausible anymore?
What I would love myself, I would love it if they, and they might have done, but obviously the tractors, the Tonka toys there were still going strong during the search.
Yeah.
The only thing that comes to my mind about that construction thing is not about the dogs. It's about Minecraft, because kids are severely hooked on that game, just like other games that they play. But Minecraft is a huge game that the young ones like to play, even adults. So my only thought about the thing is that you know perhaps, even though the distance I don't believe, and perhaps the cameras that would have caught him, but just thinking about Minecraft, just trying to like dig your own holes, kind of like when snow falls and you make igloos or tunnels in the snow. I was just kind of picturing that. So I would love it if again that they just did a whole research of that. And I could be speaking out of term, but I would just love it myself if I knew for sure that cadaver dogs and whatever have searched that area in case he happened to miraculously make it up there and be succumbed to the dirt falling or collapsing on him. Um,
A
but
little
that
bit darker. So there's a case, you've probably heard of Jacob Wetterling. He was abducted. But anyways, the man that had abducted him, he wasn't found for years and years and years.
yeah,
Years and years and years. But it turns out the man that actually abducted him, there was a construction zone not too far from his house. He was able to jump into a bobcat and bury the boy, relatively deeply with a piece of machinery that he wasn't connected to at all. Because I don't know what it's like in the States, but here in Canada, I know that we leave the key to our equipment in the equipment. Or
yeah.
if you have a Hitachi key for a backhoe, it'll fit in any Hitachi of that model. You don't need it. It's not a specific key per machine. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the construction site could possibly, and like I said, that's a little bit dark.
In my head,
But
I just for myself, I cannot rule that construction site out, and it has nothing to do with the dogs. It's more of a kid that's gaming. Did he sneak out of the house? Because it is true that he did, sneak and leave the house. But the Proudfoots, for instance, didn't know of, for instance, the incident. And that's the one that SF talks about, where he says that he spoke with the person. It was like the girlfriend of the guy or whatever that was living there, and that Sebastian was underneath her vehicle, and he basically, went home, and his mom wasn't home, and he locked the door and didn't answer it. So there are situations like that to lead you to realize that it is possible. So, like the thing that always, and the common sense here, the thing that always doesn't make sense is that he would have had to have averted so much. But sometimes, like the Nicola Bully story, right then and there. Okay. So if you guys don't know the Nicola Bully story, it's out of the United Kingdom. It was a case I followed near and dear to our heart, me and Aspen, on this channel. And okay, so the gist of that case is that Nicola Bully went to drop her kids off at school. She went down the path that was near the river wire, and she took her dog for a walk. And all that was found was the dog and on a leash and Nicola Bully's phone. It just so happened that the one camera that could see what would have happened, that one camera was not working, but the other ones were, which basically told the investigators that she did not leave the area. But what happened here is searches upon searches for Nicola Bully within hours of that neighbor finding the phone and the dog. All of a sudden, right, you got dogs, drones, searchers in the water, all that stuff, all the stuff. Okay. And they couldn't find Nicola Bully. Now, the whole premise is that nobody really knew what happened with Nicola Bully. The most the most logical explanation would have been that perhaps she tripped over the dog leash, ended up into the river wire there, perhaps, had banged her head and she ended up drowning. That was the most logical thing. But of course, a guy in black played in the picture because there was nothing, because that was just them wanting for us to believe that that was what happened, but yet they couldn't produce Nicola Bully. Now, we're talking, 3 weeks into it. How could everybody miss Nicola Bully in this river wire that is like it's nothing compared to what we have over here for like the Bow River and stuff. We're talking about what I would consider a ditch with water in it, right? It's called the river wire. It's slow moving. Yes, it reached about 13 feet deep in the middle. A lot of fishermen had said that. And sonar, dogs, people couldn't find Nicola Bully. Okay. So 3, 4 weeks later, can't remember exactly what date she was found on now. But anyways, uh, a psychic that that basically saw two fish Pisces that made him want him and his friend go down to the river wire, and they were walking along it, and then they saw Nicola Bully's body floating down the river wire. Now we all know that about gases and different things like that, which brings down in cold water, brings the body down, and then it can rise and stuff like that. Now, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. The one the search guy that they brought in, that's well known over there. Sorry, guys, I can't remember his name. But anyways, um, after Nicole Bully was found, and who basically thought that she's not in the water, right? Preaching, she's not in here. Da 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 da. That's exactly where she was found. Do I think that somebody threw her body in there and dumped it? Absolutely not. Do I think that through courses of the perfect storm events that happened, that Nicola Bully's body was not found? And then again, so you have this psychic reading guy that goes down there, sees her body floating in the water, starts following it for about another half a mile, quarter of a mile, about a mile down the river there. And then she kind of gets hung up on these branches. And so, meaning nothing that they did could find Nicola Bully, but you knew damn well she was in this. And what blew my mind was that this is more like a ditch with water in a sense to us. Like when we go to our rivers, typically they're very fast flowing, something that you can see like that they would have gone away. But in this particular case, the water it was higher, but it wasn't that high. And then there were stretches of this river. She would have had to have gone over, what it was called, like the dike or whatever you want to call it. The, what's that called, Charmaine?
Yeah.
Like the thing that's like a dam, the weir. Okay. So that means that her body would have to have gone down the weir, but they didn't feel like Nicola's body had even gone over that. And it ended up being that her body was found past that weir, past the bridge. And again, so everything that you should have found Nicola Bully in this small little river that wasn't that deep in most of the parts, they couldn't find her. That blew me away, and it still blew me away to this day. That's what I always think about. The perfect storm happened with Sebastian, possibly that construction site. I can still not fully, I can't remove that from my brain. I would like to know that it has been thoroughly searched with canine, the cadaver dogs that can smell a body 30 feet under type of thing, and stuff like that. So I can't, that one I can never put that to the side. It doesn't matter how long this case goes. I can never put that construction site to the side because of the perfect storm like Nicola Bully. That it wasn't drones, it wasn't dogs, it wasn't searchers that found her. It was a psychic reader 3 to 4 weeks later that found Nicola Bully. And it wasn't them at all. So that's what I have a problem with, is the perfect storm happening and that we don't see anything happening with vehicles and all this, or footage or anything with Sebastian Rogers. But is it possible? Yeah, usually falls into the more unlikely category, but it's still possible. So that's how I kind of feel about the construction site.
Mhm. And I mean, it's possible, like I said, if the key was in the equipment, we saw pictures or picture video of Christopher teaching Sebastian how to operate a smaller piece of equipment. Maybe he wanted to try a
Well,
bigger piece of equipment and he
well,
was
he did.
caught.
Remember?
And
Yeah.
yeah,
That picture with him and Christopher showing, having him in a little bulldozer there.
yeah.
Mm.
And, you never know what could have happened if he tried that on the construction site in the middle of the night. What kind of
Hmm.
person
It's just
could have come by, or,
okay.
I don't know.
So I was gonna say, so we'll move on to this video first. So this, of course, is the part where they're eating in the thing in the Texas Roadhouse. Um, it's basically eating dinner. Katie instantly is taking some pictures of them in this part. Obviously, the video was longer, but this is cut down to like the 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Just your thoughts on this, Charmaine. Um, let me just take this off and just make everything crystal clear on there. Okay. Okay. Start back at the start. Oh, wait, I guess I should get on the actual channel. All right. But come on, play. Wait, are you even seeing this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taking a
Uh,
picture of him or a video?
yeah, that was a picture. You can see it's a picture of him. You can see the black shirt, him, the plate in her picture there. And then she takes another one. I gotta exit full screen for a sec here because I couldn't even see us whatsoever. Oh, there we go. I had it in full screen. It is still in full screen, but I couldn't see us.
She's not eating her food.
Mm-mm.
I always try to put myself in a situation
Mhm.
and like how
Yeah.
I am with my kids when we go out to eat, even when they were that age. And
Yeah.
this is not familiar to me. This is not how. And I mean, granted, when my kids were 15, I don't think I had cell phones. Certainly didn't have smartphones back then. But I mean, I would suspect I'd be more engaged with my child that I was out eating with. It just doesn't. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything wrong, but it's just a
Right.
little unusual.
Well, that's just it. I mean, everyone's trying to put themselves, I would think, in the shoes of how they would have acted in here. And we'll go over that in just a second. Mhm. Okay. We'll leave it at that because that's pretty much where it goes. Let's see here. Okay, I'll leave the thing off. Okay. So we'll come back. So just personally for me, how do you guys because don't judge this by other people that have planted seeds in your head about what you're seeing and what you're not seeing. Think about this if you were literally with your child in the restaurant and what you would do. Doesn't make that this video is that she's not doing what her normal thing is or not. But don't take what other people are saying by she's looking around, for somebody that's going to come snatch up Sebastian type of thing. Just use your own thoughts on this one. But my personal thoughts is this. I am not asphyxiated to my phone like a lot of people are. If I'm with my child, I give my child my attention, and I will probably look at my phone a few times.
And eat my food.
Hey,
You
and
know,
eat my food,
I
yeah. But remember, so and this will come we'll come back to this in just a second, because it does. So if I was to look at this, I would think, well, geez, like, she's taking pictures of Sebastian, but she's more focused on the phone. And we all know that Christopher Proudfoot said that yes, she had sent him pictures of her, like Sebastian, eating at the Texas Roadhouse. He had said that on the Elevated Truth. He goes, people want to know. Yes, it was me. She sent the pictures to. Okay. So yeah, she takes a couple pictures of them, but she's more focused on what she's doing at the phone, obviously sending them off to Christopher Proudfoot, whatever. Um, how she's looking around doesn't really phase me, because I do the same stuff when I'm sitting there and like my dinners, even though if she's not really eating too much, but I typically look around, turn my head. Doesn't mean I'm looking for anything. I'm just kind of looking at how full the restaurant is. Maybe somebody caught my attention because they were loud or something. I just find that typical to me. Um, is Sebastian kind of doing this and eating fast? What do you think about that part? Do you think is like comes off to you like a starving child, or a
no,
kid that's wolfing down his
comes
food?
comes off to me as a 15-year-old boy. Like, I've been in contact with a couple of those stepsons, and they can eat, and they eat fast. One of the I and I mean, it's so silly to even read into it. To me, it seems silly, but why
Well,
why is she sending pictures of Sebastian? He's not even smiling, but what is the purpose of sending those pictures to Christopher? He obviously isn't a huge Sebastian fan, and
well,
Sebastian wasn't smiling for the pictures or anything. It just, that to me is a little bit odd. And not in a suspicious kind of way. It's just like, what are you doing? Like, why do you think Christopher would care that Sebastian is maybe sitting in the restaurant with you because he doesn't trust that you're actually out with your son? Maybe, possibly.
you
I don't
know,
know.
I think with when it comes to Chris and Katie, I personally feel like she's more invested in that of him to me than her own child. I think that this is very telling in some ways. She takes a picture where he's looking at her. That's the first picture. Then she takes a picture while he's scooping up food. And it's almost like that's the one that she picks, it looks like, to send, because it's almost like she takes this other one. Like, and then now we're going to incorporate this because obviously this is the day that Sebastian disappears, right? The fun fact pancake breakfast, the colossal popcorn, which isn't a colossal popcorn because apparently it's a colossal cookie, and a large popcorn, but she calls it a colossal popcorn. She said, and only because the person had said that they have a friend that works there and sent her the menu, and it's a colossal cookie. Versus a large popcorn, not a colossal popcorn, but she calls it that regardless. And then they come back home after being at BJ's. She buys snackies. Then they go back out. They go bowling. I think probably eating there, arcade games, bowling, whatever. And then they go to Texas Roadhouse. So who knows if she had already packed herself and she wasn't really that hungry by that point. Sebastian obviously still is. And maybe he's just a hungry kid. I think he is in general, because the way that they have spoken about him, it's like he's always sneaking into the kitchen to grab snacks. And we're not going to talk, we're talking about sugar snacks typically, yeah. Nothing like getting them all hyped up, eh? But anyways, and that's why Christopher Proudfoot, because they would find like a bunch of snacky bags underneath his bed and stuff like that, as eating them and leaving his garbage in there and whatever. But so when you look at it from a day that the dad Seth, according to Seth, says that this isn't a normal day for Sebastian. This is almost like overload, that he never, these aren't typical days that Sebastian has. But so on the day of the disappearance, perhaps that she's like taking these two pictures, and it's almost just like and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, like, which I thought was a good one, the first one. But then it's almost like she takes the second one where it's like, like this. And it's almost like, she starts texting away type of thing. So obviously, whatever, here, me and Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse. Here you go, honey, bunches of notes. And then, so as the day in itself, and then you see this mother that really isn't giving her son too much attention. She's more focused on the phone part. Sebastian's eating. She's kind of picking at her food. Sends the pictures off to Christopher, stuff like that. But how does that play for you on the fact of this fun-filled day, and the same day he disappears? Does he look like a kid in pain, anguish, that he's ready to jump off the Empire State Building type of thing and, call it a day? Because, I'm just not reading that out of this with Sebastian myself.
No, not at all. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's acting perfectly normal in my opinion. And I mean, who knows what his normal is, but to me, he's acting like a normal teenager. He's obviously had a very big, busy day. And if that was out of the norm for him, maybe he did work up a big appetite and was eating faster than some people think he should be. But to read into that into something suspicious, I don't think. I think it's more suspicious, like you said, the fun fact day, the
Yeah,
spaghetti pancakes, all of it, just to go missing later that night or the next morning, is suspicious. It doesn't matter how you look at it, because it was out of the norm, was a
that's just
special
it.
occasion.
That's just it, right? And we're only going by what we're hearing out of Seth's mouth, Christopher's, Katie's, whatever. I personally think that, someone's in the bathroom. I personally do, meaning, if I will call this a big red flag to me, a red flag at least, about this fun fact day, or with pancakes that she, it. I find it odd, Charmaine, that during the interviews with Chronicles of Olivia, that during this part that we're talking like whatever it was, March 17th, 21st, whatever day she did this on, it was like later towards the end of March there, but in that area, that during this live, as she's talking about Sebastian, she's just like, fun fact, I made Sebastian pancakes. I don't know that I would throw that in there at all. Like, just meaning, like, if my son's missing and my heart's broken, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to throw in a fun fact during an interview and have this smile like fun fact, because she's saying it about herself. Fun fact, I made him breakfast, as I felt like
Yeah.
pat myself on the back, good mother. But
Really good mom.
sorry, say that again.
I'm a really good mom. Look at all this stuff that I did for him. It's
Yeah.
little,
Probably what she did with Seth with the phone in the face. See, he was really happy at Costco, the Costco picture, not this picture. Why didn't she show this picture? Why did she show the Costco picture to Seth? Why not the date that he was actually at the Texas Roadhouse? Right? That still really
yeah.
bugs Seth. But I have an issue with that day, because a day that's abnormal, according to the father, a day that you're literally trying to take a bunch, like some photos of your son, you're not really giving him the time of day. And that could be very normal in her own life like that. It's definitely not how I would have lunch with my son, because I'm not sitting there pining to my phone. I might look at it for time half the time, but, or maybe if my husband's at work and I'm with my child, I might be like, love you, baby, type of thing, and put my phone back down. But, she's pretty much just on her phone, scrolling, taking pictures. And then you can see at one point, not necessarily, well, in this one she does. Yeah. See where Sebastian right there is looking at her phone. So I don't know if it's like, see, I sent Chris this picture, or she's showing him something. But this, if I just saw this alone, it wouldn't bug me. But when I think about the day in itself, and which is the day, that bugs me. That bugs me.
Yeah.
About the whole day, and then she's taking pictures that aren't even glamorous shots, really. It's just kind of like snap. But the second one, especially, was like, really? Like, snap, and it looks like that's a photo she chose to like send instead of the one where he's actually looking at her, is what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I got to say about that. You know, Cammy thinks that he went down to the construction site, fell in a hole, and got covered by an excavator. Do you think, what would you rate that on the scale of 0% to 100%? Where would you put that about the construction site?
Like everything to me is like 50%. There's just my own opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I'd put it in 80%, but anything else, I'd stick right at 50 because it's all possible.
Right.
All
I mean,
possible.
well, I still think that there's more possibilities than other ones that are stronger. But hey, okay. So let me go down to, so here's the 22nd one of the video. 1 second here. So playing itself out. Okay. So this is the corner post. And this has, so this is, hey, you know how Nick Barris put out his flashlight video one with the lights? We'll call it lights video, you guys, just for the sake of it. Lights video. Okay. And then later on, this footage was released, which I deem as genuine. The timestamp is stuck at the 23rd of February on Friday. So there's no actual timestamp that's accurate for this time. That would have been great, right? Of course, during a day that a child goes missing, this camera wants to F up and doesn't show the proper time when it got stuck on the Friday. But anyways, so just, I mean, up here, I mean, is where these lights come. But I mean, we'll play it a couple times. It's 20-second video. See how that lights up? Probably a motion light. Okay, up here you see the one light. So, Charmaine, let me ask you something. The light that comes up here, do you believe that to be a moving light, regardless?
Well, yeah, it's clearly
Okay.
moving.
Does it seem to you like it's more of a human or a vehicle on top of honeysuckle garbage truck? Well, it doesn't matter. Just which way do you
Uh,
deem it as? A vehicle or
A
a
vehicle,
human?
it's moving. It's moving too. It's too. It's too quick for a human. Is this in real time?
It's in real time.
Oh yeah. I mean, unless, yeah, no,
Okay.
that's, to me, that's a vehicle.
You know, there is this motion about it for sure that,
But if
I'll
there's
tell
a
you what.
person, if there's a person holding a flashlight, the flashlight is going to be moving. If they're moving at that speed, then they're running, and the flashlight is going to be moving with the
Right.
with the flow of the run or the gait of the run. That is not. I think that's a car.
Okay, so 1 second here. Or a vehicle of some sort. Okay, so this is the 35-second one. Okay. Now, so this is what bugs me about this video. Okay, so you see the timestamp there? It's 3:11 in the morning on the 23rd of 2024, February, okay? We know that this is a legit video. We can tell because, myself, I've dealt with cameras throughout the hotel, throughout when we were resident managers, and we always had to be looking at the cameras and go into the modes and go to playback and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. So, again, you can see the top of the screen at the top to know that basically you're getting the full footage of what that camera is seeing. Okay. It's not cut off in a sense, because that's a little bit at the top because it was, somebody's recording the screen. right? Somebody's recording the screen. And it's not actual footage where it's been pulled off and then shown it. It's somebody that's taken a recording it themselves, okay? So we have to keep that in mind. But what I want you to pay attention to is this. So this is a continuation, in a sense, of to the video that we just saw, okay? My issue with this video is that you see right here this light, which is that secondary light that's supposedly moving. Oops, I'm blurry. 1 second. Oh, I hate it when my camera does that. Now, do you see what? Oh, sorry, Charmaine. 1 second. I'm just fixing my camera. But you see what I'm talking about, Charmaine? Okay. You see that light? Okay. So this is the moving light. I want to know then why. Why? Now I know what Nick Barris said, that, and then a short time after the light starts moving back. But this doesn't make sense to me. And this is like my little droplets that I like to look at. So if they had this 20-second video, and then they have this one that's 35, why does that light not move again at all? Meaning, why? Because perhaps it's, at the top of the freaking hill, perhaps, and it's a vehicle. But it doesn't move. So that's odd. That's odd to me. If somebody has a flashlight, regardless, your hand's going to be moving. But all I'm saying, guys, is I'm just trying to look at this logically, right? About these lights video. Okay, now, regardless, do I think that the lights, because of the trajectory of the vehicles and where the two floodlights are on the left-hand side, you don't so much see it in here because somebody's kind of actually playing with it. But when you watch this, okay, let's go to the start. When you watch it, just keep an eye on this right here, because remember, this is like footage that's being recorded from the actual video. That light's not moving. And the reason why they're zooming it in is because of a car that had come up on the street at 2:55, probably somewhere in there. But so they've cut this part of the video off because they're altering it. But that light doesn't move. So we're talking about a 35-second clip, and that light goes from this movement, and then the rest of it just stands there like it's like a dumbbell type of thing. Like it's just stop. And it just halts. So in 35 seconds, we don't see no flashlight having any sort of, some sort of more movement to it. Besides, it's stuck there now. So then you have to logically look at that and go, well, if it's moving in the one video, which it's moving rather kind of sleekly, I will admit to that as well. Like meaning it comes off like it's going, not so much of a person holding it, as much as it does come off of, like a vehicle. It does kind of remind me of that motion, but that's just my own personal looking at it. But what bugs me is that here comes this other video, 35 seconds worth, and that light doesn't even move. It just stays there. So is it more likely that a vehicle is going to be somewhere and stopped, and that's why the light stopped? Because it sure doesn't remind me of someone.
The timestamp?
We don't know. We know that this video footage is right after the other one.
23rd.
Pardon?
This is from the 23rd, though.
No, you didn't listen to me. I told you.
They did.
Stop.
23rd, the 3:11 a.m.
Yeah, but it's not from this date. It's from the 26th. The timestamp is stuck. That doesn't mean the video. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I missed that. I heard you talking about the 3:11.
So the timestamp is stuck, but this is video footage from the 26th in the morning. And because the whole gist is that Sebastian disappeared. So at 2:58, SF Investigates has shown that there's a vehicle going up Kellen. So we did hear about kind of two vehicles, before any pictures were being posted. We heard about an Uber about 3:30, and we also heard about another vehicle that was in the area around 3 o'clock. So, uh, anyways, an unidentified vehicle, but yet Ali said that all vehicles have been, identified. Okay, so again, it's looking at it realistically. Is that if you have this video footage that's from the 26th, and they're showing that light that's in the second light up there, the one that's up top. Obviously, I hate to point it out, but I will, because there are people out there that don't get it. But anyways, that's fine.
Did anybody walk over there and see if somebody set a flashlight down and leave it there?
Well, that's just it. It's a matter of where these lights are actually truly coming from, right? So, to me still, because this picture shows like this is confusing me again, because Seth made a comment that said that the footage literally showed straight up the street, right? So I don't know if that was because this is what he would have seen. He wouldn't have seen nothing more, nothing less. This is the full screen footage of that camera. No matter how you slice it or dice it, that's the camera footage that is going to be the only area that you're going to see, whether it's daytime or nighttime. That camera is not shooting up the end of the street. It's literally shooting to this homeowner that's focusing on his vehicles, that has the camera focused there. The furthest thing away that you can't really see, Charmaine, is behind this truck is a boat, right? So if we look at the owner on Google Earth, he has the boat there. But anyways, so when you look at the trajectory of, okay, what you're not seeing in this one, Charmaine, is that there's floodlights or something that's coming up here over on this side. But if you think about it, it's kind of like if you think about the trajectory of those lights. Now, my issue again is that Gray Hughes is trying to place the lights as if it was a house that was straight ahead, and that the movement of the second one was on Honeysuckle, and the third one was somewhere else. Okay, so Honeysuckle is higher than those floodlights, but yet when you look at the video that we just played before this one, and show you it again, but the floodlights are higher than the second lights coming out. So how is it possible that it's up on Honeysuckle if it's lower than the floodlights of a house, right? You would have seen it being at a higher elevation to me, just, looking at it just from the straight video, without analyzing it too much. It's kind of like, okay, well, let's look at different things. Why is this light moving on one, but then stuck? Just stays there for 35 seconds. And you honestly think that when somebody's holding a flashlight, that it's almost like someone going, stop, stick, 35 seconds. And it could have been longer, So
has anyone got a shot of this camera through the daytime,
No.
just so that we can see where that light would be?
Nope.
Well, that
Nobody.
seems silly. Why haven't they done it yet?
Why? So Ali came out basically saying that these videos. Okay, so you see this light right here, Charmaine. So these right here are like floodlights up here, okay? But what it was that a car came at around, say, 2:55, and it parked on the corner of Callan and Stafford. So just to 1 second, let me do this for you, because sometimes it's hard when you're doing it that way. 1 second. Let me oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I had to go back there. Okay, share screen. Let me just go back to this for a second. Oh my God, it's 10 o'clock already? Crum. That means it's 11 for you.
11.
Wait, what did I show? Did I show the right thing? Okay. So let me so I'm on Google Earth, okay? And I'm in 2007 mode. Oh no, this is 2025. Okay, so hey, where's my little dude? Okay. Okay, so this is the home with the boat, right? This camera, sorry, Google Maps shows it so much closer. Anyways, look at the trajectory of the light, the shadow from the camera. Okay, so that camera would basically cross over, in a sense, and then you'd go around and you'd realize that it's catching like this area type of thing. Well, so unfortunately on Google Earth, it doesn't let you zoom in as close. But if you look at the trajectory of it, and again, using the boat in a sense as you're leveling, you can only kind of go, it's not in the same spot exactly, but the boat shows about this much. And it's kind of like, okay, well, what's in line with those high floodlights? Well, it's certainly not here because we can't even see that. All we see is the tip of the boat. So I doubt we're going to be seeing these floodlights up here, but maybe not. Anyways, so according to what Gray Hughes has, he has the floodlights on here. He has the vehicle up here on Honeysuckle, and that the other light is somewhere stagnant somewhere else. Who knows on there? I believe that the floodlights are coming from this home here. Because again, it's not up here, and then the second light is actually lower than the floodlights. So wherever this is, whether it's up here somewhere, whatever, it's lower than the floodlights, and further away. Now again, we're in 2025, but that's not. But Google Earth doesn't have any timeline to take it back to any other years for this particular street. Google Maps does, but Google Earth doesn't. Actually, let me stop screen again, and I'm gonna pull up Google Maps here because I think that that's a lot more telling. This, my bad. I gotta go back over here. Share screen. Where are you at there? Oh, right here. Okay. So, wait. I'm back on Google Earth, aren't I? For Pete's sakes. For Pete's sakes. Sonny, you moron. Stop screen. I want to go to this, which maybe I need to get out of big screen here. I don't know. I think I'm in, I don't know, 1 second. There we go. Okay. Okay. So for here, Stafford, right? This is the Proudfoot home. We can take it back to 2007 for the sake of getting a better idea of the look without the big fluffy bushes in it. But we know that the trees have grown since 2007, etc. And that obviously, but this is probably a more representation of that there's not these bushy trees everywhere, right? And that you can see more in the light of how February might have looked versus, oh my goodness, how did I get down here? I want to be right. Where the heck am I? I am on even I'm getting my own self twisted around. Jeez, go back down. I need to go down to the corner house. Come on. Come on. So this is the house with the boat back in the day. So same idea. I'll go back to 2007 though, because obviously the camera needs to see that. So if we're looking up close, Charmaine, you see the trajectory of this camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So does that look like, knowing what I just showed you, Does that look like it's pointing straight up the street here? Obviously, if we can only see the tip of this boat, and that's in full camera view, you know, we can only see the tip of the boat. So at the end of the day, it's just one of those things. There is no day picture, Charmaine, because the Ali took like, so the owner didn't know how to pull the information. They ended up taking all his whole internal drive for it. So hence why that maybe the owner has a picture of it, probably of the daytime. We definitely know that Ali, according to staff, that they showed them a picture from February 9th, which I thought was kind of odd, but whatever. February 9th and February 26th. And that to prove to Seth, is what Seth said, that they didn't want them leaving with beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was a flashlight video. And it was more that there was a garbage truck on Honeysuckle on the level, and that the lights were whatever. So they have, of course, the day one. Perhaps the owners, we've never seen one. Perhaps SF investigates from the owners of this house, has a daytime footage and is not putting it out there, even though why not? If you want to take away from a video, then, you know, put out there the freaking daytime if you have it. If he does, he might not. So basically, Ali does, they took the drive for it. So it really just becomes, this is like a lifeline for most people because they don't know. But my issue was that how can you have a light that's moving and then it just stops on the second one? It just stops. And then Nick Perez, though, he does make the comment in his own, right? One sec. He does make the comment in his own. Let me see. 1 second here. Nick. Are you playing with the lighter?
No, I'm trying to get my light is flashing and it's bothering me.
Okay. Let's just do it from his actual thing. Let's just do it from that. Go back to that. And I know you guys are probably sick of looking at this darn flashlight video, just probably as much as I am too. Okay. Wait. Wait. They're showing it from this, but this is blurry. I thought that I had that from the actual.
I remember this too.
Yeah. That's 1 second. News 5. Let's see if that brings it back up. I want the one from News 5, but I keep getting this one. Let me do this. Delete. I play it all the time. I mean, I do have it. Sebastian. We'll just use Sebastian. See where it comes up. No. Come on. Nick Barras. It's just that the one from his thing, it used to be a lot clearer like this one, but now it's so blurry. Oh my goodness. Is it really this difficult to find the
I
freaking
thought
news?
he took it down.
No, it's still up there. No, like on News 5, it's still up there. On his channel, it's still up there. Why? He thinks it's important to the case. But why am I not? I just don't understand how I can put something specifically in and then the thing doesn't even show up and then I just get these crap videos. And yet I can find it usually if I'm watching something else and then it will show his video.
Yeah.
I just don't. What is this one? Okay, it doesn't matter. Shit. Whatever. I'm not going to bother. I couldn't be asked to sit there and something be so easy to try to find that I could typically find very easy, all of a sudden becomes a headache. I can't be asked for that. But, so bottom line is, it's the video just showing the light movement on there, but I just can't be asked for that part of it. Do you have to get going, by the way?
No, no, I'm good.
So I'm just gonna say for that whole part, that's my qualm about this. So in the Nick Bears video, and fuck me if I can't fucking find it in 2 seconds. Sorry, but I do get pissed off of how I can find that video all the time, and all I get is this stupid, crappy one that's all blurry from the Facebook Live. Now, if Sharon, if of course, oh my God, why am I forgetting his name? Sharon, Sharon, who is it? Oh my God, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. But I just drew a blank on what's the mod's name? The guy, Ben. Oh, I
Ben.
had a freaking whatever there. If Ben was here, he'd be sunny. Here it is, right for you. And I just don't understand how that video is all day long out there, and I get some stupid ass Facebook one that's blurry as shit. I'm just venting right now because I find that so stupidly frustrating that I could literally put in, Nick Perez, Channel 5, whatever, News 5 or whatever, and put in Sebastian saying it should instantly populate for me. Okay, just saying.
Can't you go
Okay.
into your history? Have you
Pardon?
watched it recently?
Well, yeah,
Go into your history.
Yeah, I can go into my history, but that means I probably got to go back about 50 videos later and try to find it and waste time doing that. Okay, fuck you, Nick Perez, on this one. Sorry for my rant, but it's just pissing me off. Stupid little shit that shouldn't really matter, but it does. Because every time I go find it, that's the crap I get now. I don't get the actual one, and I don't understand why not. Sometimes people tell me, I'll tell you where my frustrations are, is that in the States and what Canada, in a sense, what our searches come up, a lot of times, like Ben just pops me a thing, finds it right away. I could sit there and search for about a half an hour from that same shitting thing, but our populating that shows up the searching doesn't do the same, obviously. So I get so frustrated when it comes to certain American things when channels or news clips are coming out. I'm sitting there spending and wasting all this time, just fucking a half an hour of my goddamn life trying to sit there and find something. And Ben just goes, "Here you go, Sonny." And I'm like, "Thanks, Ben." I just find it frustrating. It shouldn't be too difficult to hit a search and that all that shit come up and not have to waste my time. That's where I love Ben. He just goes, "Here, Sonny," and finds it within minutes. And I'm like, I put in the same search like that you just did, and yet it's not populating for me. So it's probably a Canadian thing. Just saying.
It's probably
Don't
blocked.
tell Ben, Sharon. Don't tell Ben on there. But anyways, yes, I could go to my search history. Now I'm just angry because that was something that should have just been so easy to look at and find and populate on a search. And yet, no.
It'd be too easy.
If I show you my history, though, then you guys get a. Oh, no, I'm not showing you guys my history. I was going to say, then you can see the things that I'm watching. Come on. I just think it's important for you to see it, not so much just about how it moves back. But no, you guys don't understand how many things I watch in a night.
So
Like-
did anybody follow up with Seth about that comment he made on Nancy Grace?
If so, I haven't heard what his thing is. I've only heard people basically shitting on him for saying that comment, because what did he mean then?
Usually they're pretty quick. Both families are pretty quick about coming out and, not correcting themselves, but defending themselves.
See what I mean? I've
I
gone
won't
back.
show you my history either.
I've gone back way past my time now of watching that video. So piss off. Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. I just can't be asked now. Can't do incense. That video could go fuck itself right now. That's how mad I am about it. Just because it's so stupid. That video is freaking out there all day long. But yet, if I click on usually something else to do with Sebastian, let's see, Sebastian.
It'll probably come up as soon as you end the live. It'll probably be there.
Oh yeah, I'll be sitting right there like a dirty shirt. Let's see here. If I go to Let me just see if I go to missing in plain sight for a second. See, but it's not populating there. Usually if I'm watching something and then it populates to the side, that's when I see it. But I never had an issue ever looking for it before. If I looked for it, it was just there. You know, obviously Ben's the only person capable, because none of us seem to be capable of finding this video. It's either that.
I'm not even looking. Do you want me to try?
You know what? Do me a favor, Charmaine, just because it's pissing me off now. Could you try? Just see, because it's just pissing me off right now. I want to show it to you because I think it's important, but yet I'm getting mad. not truly mad. Well, yeah, frustrated, but nothing that's gonna like deeply, invest in my rest of my night or nothing like that. Yeah. It's just ridiculous. It's a video that's out there that all I should need to do is type in Nick Bear's flashlight video, and it should populate. Instead of his stupid one that's all blurry. Like, it never used to be blurry. That's what gets me. Not looking on Melissa's links. I'm too lazy for that. Good thought, though. I think I have the file up. I think. Is her links on these ones? Oh my God. Don't even get me started. Let's see. Sebastian, does she have it where she actually wrote flashlight video? Oh wait, I seen a Nick Perez thing. 1 second. I just feel like I just hate wasting time like this over something that's just not worth it. But yet it's pissing me off by the same token. I just literally saw Nick Perez's name. 1 second. People are going to think I got like these anger issues going on. Maybe I do a little bit right now. Come on. Where are you on here, Melissa? Where's your Nick Perez? I literally just saw his name. And totally, Seth arrives at home. She's obviously not watching, or else she would have sent me the link. Seth hires. Come on, okay, you know what? F12. All right, Control F12. Nick. Okay, Nick. Where are you, Nick? Nick. 1 of 10. Great. Show me where your darn name is here. Nick Perez, Channel 5. Okay, but is that the video? She doesn't put it, though. That says Seth. What? What?
What's
let me
his
go
video
here.
called?
It's just simply called a flashlight video. Or you can call it like lights video. Nick Perez, Father Hope. Yeah, that's not it though. Nick Perez. Wonder if this is. Oh, she says that I can't. No, that's not it. Whatever. Good fight. Can't even click on it. It's not even there. Oh, you found it? Charmaine?
No, but I found a version of it. Somebody else's clip, but it's
Okay,
the video.
you know what? Whatever. Good enough. It's really stupid, though, isn't it? That, like, literally, it should not be difficult. But anyways, we'll watch it from here. Thanks, Charmaine. The only reason why I really want you to see this is because, okay, so that video. So Nick Perez says that, first you'll see subject 1 and subject 2, and you'll see subject 2 go into the frame. And then he says, in a short time later, you see subject 2 go back towards the common thing. Okay, so let me play this and thank you, whatever channel you are here. Let's see. Where is it, Charmaine? This one. The original flashlight video, Katie. All right. So we'll just play it out. Okay. It's too bad there's no freaking sound to it. Okay, it doesn't matter. Here, let me take us off screen. Let me take off this. Oh. Mm-mm. What the heck is this? Okay, that's when the vehicle comes. Okay. So you see how that light comes here, right?
Mhm.
It moves. Okay. Now in his, he makes it seem like it's all moving there. Whatever. And then it, let's see, it disappears or whatever. It's so strange.
It can be. I mean, that one could be a flashlight.
Well, that's the one we're talking about. Here, let's watch this again. I'm so disappointed right now that I'm not watching the actual Nick Perez one instead of these people that tried to zoom it in bigger than what it was originally. But anyway, so that's the one that basically they're saying is subject one. That one is believed to be a stagnant one, but it's too bad we're not listening to his voice. Pissing me off. I don't even know why this person didn't put voice to it, at least at the start. Maybe they did later. No, they started morphing with it. Okay. But we'll see that light come into play when it does. Oh my God, it seems like a year. Does this person have it in like slow fucking motion? Because it definitely didn't take this long. Oh my God. It's like watching, you know what? Sorry, Charmaine, but fuck it. Can't be asked. Okay? Can't be asked. Okay, well, we see the light coming into the screen now. Okay? And then Nick Bears will say, like, in a short time later, we see that light going back towards the common ground. Which, I mean, you do, right? It's kind of like it disappears. But I don't recall it being just like this. I mean, we've literally watched the video. But anyways, whatever. I'm waiting for the... See, like, she's not... It's not being shown correctly. It's not being shown correctly. So, whatever you are, you're a useless channel. show it better. Well, I can't really complain because I can't even find the stupid proper video of that all of a sudden. Anyways, hi, we're up nice and close and personal. I wanted to talk. Okay, so I wanted to talk about one more thing really tonight. So whatever with that video, I'll find it next time. I've watched it plenty of times recently, though. Oh, you guys, I'm gonna have to edit this part and cut my anger issues out going on. I probably won't, though. I'd have to. Actually, I'm too lazy to do that. Okay.
Is there not one?
Why? Is there anybody else capable of finding that video for me?
He shows it on news.
No, I don't want that. It's a shit video.
He shows it on news channel 5 or whatever.
Yeah, that's the one I want.
I don't know.
Is the News 5 one. Like I want the one where
it's right here. Just a minute.
Yeah, is that the one where he's sitting at his desk with the computer behind
Just
him?
Just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
I got it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Drip. You just have to, yeah. Okay, so let's see if that's the one. Only because the one from his Facebook sucks. It used to be good, and I don't understand it. Yeah, this is the one, Charmaine. This is the one I'm talking about. Thing is, I just got very easily irritated when I when I kept clicking on the one and I kept getting his stupid Facebook one that's blurry as shit. Okay, this is the one. So where the fuck are you? You're right here.
Sorry.
Okay. So you literally had that one the whole time when I asked you to look?
The whole time. The whole time.
That's all good. Thank you, because it was making me rage a bit inside there. Okay. So we'll
Begin
walk.
with a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old
Oh,
Sebastian
I need a
Rogers,
puff
who's
of my
been
vape.
missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show 2 people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light, believed to be people with flashlights, in the area around Sebastian.
Just quickly, my one issue is, and my one issue definitely is this. He says 3:10. The timestamp says 3:11. Okay, so how close can you get? So either he's just rounded it to simply say 3:10 because 3:11, and it's just easier to say 3:10. Okay, it's a stuck timestamp, but yet, what are the chances that he uses 3:10 as his time instead of just saying 3:11? Like, and the 3:11 is from the 26th or 23rd.
He say around 3:10 though.
Yeah, said around 3:10.
So yeah.
So this is where I call a little bit of bullshit on this a little bit, because it sounds to me like he's taken the time because, and either it's trying to be deceptive to us to make us believe around 3:10, which is 3:11 stuck on the 23rd. Because what are the chances that a video that's stuck on Friday at 3:11 on the 26th, you happen to have these lights for the exact same time from a couple of days ago, that you're going to predict that somehow that at 3:10, 1 whole minute off, because you said the word around, that you're going to come up and give us that time for the day that's a couple days later? Either he's bullshitting or he didn't pay attention to that timestamp properly. That's, I know Seth. So how do you feel about that, just for starters?
I don't understand how a date can be off, but the time can be exact.
The same?
So
Right, pretty much, right? Kind of seems like a little bit hokey pokey to me. And this is where this irritates me, because it's either he did it on purpose or he was just blatantly just blatantly dense to the timestamp, on there, because there's probably a slim chance in hell that you're going to wind up with a video stuck at 3:11 and then say around 3:10, which is essentially saying, so at 3:11, that part gets to me.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's why this whole 3 o'clock, but yet again, we'll come back to that 3 o'clock thing that we're talking about.
Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see.
Okay. Do you need me to show that again, or do you get it? Okay,
No,
so
I'd
he's
like
saying,
to know I'd like to see where this common area is.
okay, I'll show you it on screen here. So this is the common area. Okay, so the house. Let me take off these captions. The house is coming from basically where it's saying Sebastian. Okay, so you're not seeing that particular house on there because it's like he's just using the angle, showing that that camera is pointing in the common area, which is here. This is considered the common area. There's a ditchy thing here. This is the Proudfoot home right here, up here. This neighbor has a camera here. This neighbor has a camera down here. So that's the common area, okay?
And are
So-
the flashlights traveling toward the road?
Well, we don't know. That's just it. That's the whole point. So when he shows it, Charmaine, right? He shows the flashlight coming on down.
But then you see one of the subjects moving quickly
See?
back
Just
through
like
the
that.
common area
See? Quickly.
to one off screen. It's a short time
Here, I'll
corner.
play it again.
Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area.
Okay. So that becomes really the point there, is that I'll leave it on. Oh, okay, wait. You see these lights right here, right? Those are like floodlights. Okay, let me just go back to here. Come on, where's the picture? There we go. Okay, so the home that I believe that those lights are coming off is this one that's kind of, here, sorry. So it's either at the front end, but think about where that truck is parked. See underneath this word connected, right? That's where the home is with the vehicles. And remember, it only goes as far as the boat. So it's kind of like it's like, to me, it gives this more line of reference of about here of the camera view. Not to say it goes this far, because it doesn't, but it's more like here, maybe here to here type of thing. So my thing is this, is that, okay, this is where the oddities kind of come in. There's a vehicle at 258 going up Kellen Road. Binocular Bobby, who's the busybody neighbor that lives up Kellen Road, that's her friend that lives in the house with the camera. Now, she said, I've seen the whole unedited version of it, and that there was a car that came up Stafford and Kellen on the corner. And hence, when I kept pointing that light to you in the darkness that was lighting up, so that would mean that was headlights, okay? So it just so happens to be, not at say 310, but a vehicle would have been there, perhaps, let's just roughly say 255. She says that the vehicle's sitting there from 3 to 5 minutes. We know that car backs out, according to Binocular Bobby, and then goes up Kellen. And that's the one that SF was talking about and has a picture of a vehicle at 258 going up Kellen. And at least he has, like, I think a proper timestamp on that one, like an actual video one. Okay. So regardless of the whole 310 that Nick Perez is saying, we have this vehicle. And so that's at boat 255. Again, it's parking right behind where the trucks are of that house, that area. And you see like this kind of like light, headlight thing. Okay. And then it backs out and it goes up Kellen. Okay. Now, remember, Ali said that all the vehicles have been accounted for. The only other vehicle that is shown is another one up on Kellen during this whole time, because obviously that corner house would have had, on their whole footage, they would have seen another vehicle, right? Like, meaning obviously there's probably vehicles coming around at 6 o'clock in the morning once people are getting ready for work and stuff. But throughout the night, the only thing that we know about is the Uber and the unidentified car, which is the 258 car that's going up Kellen. Okay, so as we saw in the dark video that I showed you, the lights are moving in a sense, regardless. Those lights are moving. The one that you thought perhaps is a vehicle or could be flashlight. Um, and that's when that vehicle comes up. So that would still put it in the 3 o'clock area, but not 3:10, for instance. Well,
Mhm.
couldn't be 3:10, because obviously the car is going up Kellen at 258. So that's the part that bugs me about that, because that's kind of getting things now twisted with Nick Perez saying 3:10. And but anyway, so then you have Binocular Bobby, who's like, well, that's my friend. I've watched the whole unedited version, and that is definitely like flashlights there. It's not no garbage truck. That's a whole different, video, blah, 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 blah. SF says that the video footage that we see stops before the garbage truck comes in. Okay, like these people can't get their shit straight if they tried. Which is it? Because anyone that's ever heard about this being a garbage truck video is like, basically, fuck off. There ain't no garbage truck in that video. Don't try to deceive my eyes, because a garbage truck has tons of lights. You're going to see a garbage truck. SF comes out to say, here's the picture of this and this. But the garbage truck video, we don't see the part where the garbage truck video comes up Stafford at. So the garbage truck arrives at 5:12 in front of Sebastian's home. 5:10 apparently is when this garbage truck that we don't see is, because they've cut that part out. Why would you? Why the fuck would you cut that out? But anyway, it comes up Stafford at say 5:10. But the only other footage we see is the garbage truck going down Helen at 5:09 that's heading up Helen, which is the road that's to the right, on the right of this picture, where those houses are. That's Helen. So at the end of the day, this car at 2:55, say, we'll say 2:58 for the sake of the stupid timestamp on Helen, but when that car, say, pulls up on the corner of Helen and Stafford, that these lights are happening. These, what looks like what people think are flashlights, and the floodlights. Okay, so floodlights first, the one that does the movement, and then the one that's more stagnant in the corner. Now, again, Nick Perez is recording this from our phone. He's not recording it, so it's just it's fucked up is what it is, because you got someone that's literally recording it, and they're going, and then this one goes out of screen. Great, if your hand moved a little bit, it's going to go out of screen because you're literally right at the corner. But yet they've had the ability to at least watch the video. But you would think that you would want to represent it, accurately, perhaps, and maybe he is, according to him. But I think that he got the footage from the neighbor, because Bobby made a comment that the wife was wondering, well, however, did they ever get this footage? Well, dumbass, because you or your husband sent it to a person. All right. That's how it got leaked to the media. Like, really? You're gonna wonder how freaking footage came out of your house? Anyway, so Binocular Bobby's like, so I don't really get that. But again, knowing her, that's just stupidity on, like, really? So the wife's going to say that, knowing that it literally came out of their house. So it could be the fact that Nick Perez got that footage because they sent it to a friend, because of the whole case going on, right? That they sent it over going, yeah, like, look what we spotted. This is probably what happened to Sebastian, and probably ended up sending it. And then that person was like, woo, I got some news. I wanted my 15 minutes of fame too. Here's, and then whoever it was contacts Nick Perez. All right. Whether it was the owner, or, which I don't think, if the wife is saying that, but who knows? Either way, my thing is that you have this light coming down. It's lower than the floodlights, which makes you believe then that it is in that more common area. But then you have what I showed you in that one video is that for 35 seconds, that light doesn't move. And yet someone's standing there recording. Nick uses the term. And then sometime later, the flashlight goes back up into the common area, meaning back towards, let's just say, the Proudfoot home, if it is, right? So that's where it gets kind of confusing, because if there's cameras that would have captured Sebastian anywhere near a vehicle, that camera on the corner would have captured a physical person getting into a car with lights on that's at the corner that the camera can absolutely see itself, right? So that doesn't make sense.
And we have to think that law enforcement has this original video, like a better
They do.
quality, and they have the
Absolutely.
people and the technology to clean it up and identify if it's an
Yeah.
actual car. So that leads me to believe if they're not looking for an unknown vehicle, that they've either
Yeah.
identified it and ruled it out, or it's not
Well,
a
they did.
vehicle.
Well, they did identify it and rule it out. That's the whole problem with this case, is that there's just, sorry, I need some freaking water, is that there's just nothing to show what the heck happened, right? Is that so this stupid picture comes out as if somehow through the fogs and mist, people, made this photo of inverted image of Christopher Cady carrying Sebastian Rogers, and what they're trying to say is that here's the truck, right? So going back to, just go 1 second here, going back to this one, where was it? Videos. That's a lot of great clips, this site, though. Just like little shorts in there that are good. Like when Christopher Proudfoot says, "We saw him go into bed." We, right? He uses the word "we," Charmaine. Stuff like that. Okay, so just going based on this video, the 20-second one, right? Let me just play that quickly again. Talking about trucks, light up. Was this the one that shows the lighting that comes right here? Remember, the camera, of course, is tilted down and whatever. There's the light coming over. What the hell? What is it with these little fucking clips coming in? You're gonna show something. Like, show the whole freaking thing properly. That's what drives me crazy. Where did some 26 clips come from? And then some 35 second clips come from? Like, why didn't you just play out the whole damn thing instead of putting out these little shit videos that show two different things? It's frustrating. Like, are these people morons, honestly, that you're gonna put out a video, right? And you're gonna put out this video that you're showing from the home, and you're literally gonna put out a 19-second one? Why don't you just show the whole damn ass thing so that everyone can see exactly what was seen? Meaning, not a Nick Perez freaking zoom in shot that he puts out, not this one where they don't even show like the light come on. Why don't they just play it out for the good freaking 10, 15 minutes, right, guys? Seriously. Instead of these dipshits putting out freaking little clippings. It's just maddening that there could be some answers or something. Meaning, instead of driving people crazy with this footage, wondering if it's flashlights or not, just play the whole damn clip for the 10 or 15 minutes. Not like, here, got my phone. Here's 19 seconds. Oh, let me take another one for 35 seconds, when they probably have the gist of the clip itself, the person that put this out. But anyway, so let me go.
That's my whole point about law enforcement. I mean, if they want to utilize social media, then they should be out here dispelling flashlight rumors or giving us the entire video so we're not chasing our tail, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's just it. Yes, that was Pinchot Paxton. So Pinchot did a 3D module, putting it from nighttime to daytime, doing the best 3D imaging he could to show nighttime, daytime, where the lights lied, et cetera, et cetera. And then you got people pointing out like, well, the camera needs to be tilted. No fucking, like Michelle After Dark, right? You know, I honestly sometimes she drives me crazy with her whole again narcissistic type of well, I don't want to call it narcissistic, but she's kind of full of herself too, to be honest with you. Because she sits there and goes, well, how can you do this if you can't do that? Michelle, do you sit there and create videos all day long, 3D imaging? You know? So put a pie hole in it. Seriously. Someone works hard to put out a video to try to give you um, the best day to night video that they can for this in 3D, knowing full well you don't have daytime footage like you were saying. And you got Michelle there going, you know, like basically pay no attention to this. This is just bullcrap. You need to have the angle on the exactly right thing, right? Trying to take away from his lady, then go ahead and do it yourself, or I'll shut your freaking muzzle up, is what I got to say on that one. Because honestly, people work hard to do certain things, and if they get it wrong, they get it wrong. But Pincho worked hard on that, and you might not have the exact 1 degree, 3 degrees off that you are if the can thing, but you don't think that a 3D program can kind of like as well put a little bit of that, you know what I mean, angles into it. But it's
Mhm.
just when it's what bugs me is when someone like and so whatever, Michelle After Dark there, is putting down his video. And yet her ass couldn't make one of those videos if her life depended on it, but yet she wants to comment on it, going, meh, 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 meh. So I stopped watching mostly Michelle After Dark because all she ever does is think that she's smarter than most people, and that she always is telling people like as if like whatever she says, like basically you bunch of idiots, anyone that thinks that this isn't whatever, blah 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 blah. And did you see his new one he done? No, is there a new one out there, Lady Dog Lover? But anyway, so it just drives me crazy when someone like Michelle puts down somebody else's work and yet couldn't do the work if her own life depended on it. And then putting out stuff like, don't buy into this and blah, 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 blah. She's such an angry bird now. I don't like to watch her because all it is you're stupid and I'm smart. That type of mentality. That's how it kind of, and yeah, let's just be truthful. I can't stand her voice if the life depended on it. The reason why I actually really don't watch her is because I literally can't stand listening to her. I'm sorry, I just can't. It's too fucking hard on. Even my husband is like, "Get her the fuck off of my screen, off your goddamn iPad." And I'm like, "I know, but I'm just trying to listen to something." Am I being too harsh right now? Probably, but it's so
Not at
frustrating.
all.
No. I mean, it's the truth if I was being very truthful, you know. Mostly because it's again, you're stupid, she's smart, and she's judging all these things, and sticking up for SF, kissing his ass too, saying what great work he does and all that stuff, and basically again, everybody else is stupid, whatever. No, just have an unbiased opinion, okay? Let people think for themselves, figure it out for themselves, and show the thing. But don't sit there and take Pincho's work and then act like you fucking could do better when you can't. So shut your pie hole on that one, Michelle. But anyways, so in this one right here, right? This is where right here. Okay, just watch right here, Charmaine. Whoops, actually, I'm too soon. So see how I'll play just a little bit soon it. Okay, but see how this light comes on right here. It's not the roof of the
Yeah.
truck, as I thought it was at first, but it's catching the pavement, probably the pavement, to be honest with you, if anything. But anyways, so
So are those headlights?
yeah, basically that would be like a headlight. Basically, it's probably behind the trucks that are in that. So when I went down to Google Maps and I showed you the house that had the camera and the boat, okay? So he has a bunch of vehicles, as you can see in this clipping, wherever it is. Okay, he has a bunch of vehicles. He got a car right here. He's got a truck here and a truck there, truck here and a boat here. So Pinchot created all of this. And, I used the boat as his guideline, or you can use the truck, whatever. So right above the word ST, these are where the floodlights are. Okay. So if the boat and all you can see is here and you can't see further up the street than that, then that tells you that those lights are coming from the right hand side of the screen, and the lights are right here off of somebody's house. Is what it is. That to me would make sense, because it's not like the camera goes straight up and stares at those other homes. What you see is the full version in front of you, but yet no one could ever just put the one video together. But here's a 20-second clip. Here's a 35-second clip. But the light in the 35-second clip stays. Hence why I wanted to show you Nick Barra's video. So thank you for sending me that, because it stays, but Nick in his video says, and then a short time later, you see subject number 2 head back into the common area, as if it's going, say, towards the Proudfoot home. Now, that light, as you can see, Charmaine, regardless, and this is just, okay, this light, okay, these are the floodlights where the ST is. I know that this is in the way, but you see, even though this one's here, it's lower. It's lower than if you were to look at honeysuckle, the light would be higher. So to me, it doesn't make sense that it's on honeysuckle.
Yeah.
And then you have Seth, flopping like a freaking fish, saying that they showed him the 9 to this and that. And then all of a sudden, Nancy Grace, hey, police never told me nothing about it. They never discussed this video with me. What the fuck? Like, no wonder we're all freaking demented in the head. It's shit like that. Right? So yeah, so what do you make of it? Go ahead.
It's completely messed up. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, it's easy to tell that what little light on that driveway is probably coming from floodlights or like headlights down the street or whatever, because it's not.
Which would have been, Charmaine, according to Binocular Bobby, who saw the video herself, said that the car was sitting on the corner of Stafford and Kellen for about 3 to 5 minutes. Then it backs up and goes up Kellen. And so that's why we see a timestamp of 3:58. Okay. So at the end of the day, that time that this happened, and this is just, again, guesswork. So we're going to guess that makes sense, that this lights up, right? That this lights up, and all of a sudden you're getting car headlights, which you are right here. You can, well, that one could be in conjunction with the car, to be honest with you. Maybe that's where that light was coming from the whole time. But the light shows up because this looks like a car headlight, if anything, doesn't it? Actually, so this lighting here could actually be from the car. But when Nick Perez shows it, maybe we're just missing it, because we do see a bit of this, but maybe it's more cut off, and that's why we're not seeing this. This would make sense that this is a car headlight, perhaps. This is the beam from the car headlight. So the car's been accounted for. There's a vehicle that's definitely there. But, Charmaine, what are the chances? Unlike those people that put out that stupid picture showing Sebastian or Katie and Christopher carrying Sebastian in a duffel bag or something like that in black.
So are these people saying that car is suspicious? Like, it has something to do with this? Or is that what they're trying to get at?
Pretty much, yeah. That Sebastian was being carried to a vehicle in a duffel bag. They inverted the picture. So you tell me that this camera wouldn't have picked up human beings walking near a truck, and that somehow, because remember, it's is, I know that they're showing like this is the thing, right? But you don't think that if somebody is walking over here, that you have to invert a picture to show movement going on off the camera? You know how it is to see it like this. It's a recording, and yes, we're seeing the picture, but you don't think that a car light and people with a car with its beams on, that somehow you couldn't see? And they're showing the truck. They're showing the truck as if it's, Katie and Christopher, showing this as if it's them carrying them out. But you don't think that there would have been any movement, or that the LE is so stupid that they wouldn't have seen movement in this video? But instead, they came out and said there's no evidentiary value at this time. Like basically, no, there's no evidentiary value. Nick asked him about, well, could it become? And he's like, sure, like maybe, but there's nothing to show. And that's why they said no evidentiary value.
Yeah.
But the thing is that regardless, so the people that seen the footage, the owners, anyone else that they give, you would have seen Sebastian or some movement on the camera if somebody literally, obviously in abduction mode, is going to put on their freaking beams there, or you think that they would be turned off. I don't know. It's a mystery. We don't freaking know. But do you think though that Sebastian would have, or somebody, right, would have been seen, considering they got their car lights on?
Well, I do, but
Like,
if you're going to do this in the middle of the night and put your son in a duffel bag, this and that, there's no possible way that they would have known that nothing would be seen on camera.
right.
There's no way that they would
Mhm.
just like cross their fingers and hope, like
Right.
in this day and age,
Right. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yeah, he ditched us. He just came in on the fly. That's just it, right? So, and I know we got to get going here, Charmaine. And I'll get more into this probably tomorrow. But I just wanted to go to, where's my, so I'm not even going to show the picture on Bullhorn Betty's that she put out today with somebody else in chat, because I find it so ridiculous. But let me just put this bigger for you guys, okay? So, Shireen, a picture was released recently, okay? It was this one by SF Investigates. This camera is facing the Proudfoot backyard. It's coming from this home. SF puts out this picture here. He says, house blurred for privacy, which I thought to be a joke, really, him doing that, but whatever. He's like, he does shit like that, so whatever. Anyways, blurred for privacy. I think he put this in there because that doesn't make sense to fucking blur that for privacy. Nor did this, but he did it anyway. And this timestamp, would you take that timestamp as legit, or somebody actually just put it on there?
Well, clearly he just put it on there.
Right. Exactly. Clearly. I don't even know why it was a debate, to be honest with you. But anyways, it was clearly just put on there, just like I could put one on there right now if I wanted to create something and put that time. That's all that is right there. Okay. So he does that. Okay. Going back to this, I'll take this one off. So this is the house that has the camera. And that's where the camera is, okay? On the house that is facing on Kellen, but it sees the Proudfoot's backyard. So as you can see, let me just make this bigger for people. Okay. So as you can see, this is the garage where the picture that I just showed you. Hold on. Let me just quickly go back to it. So obviously, right, this is the garage right here. Okay. So this is obviously from giving you the perspective, because the camera, again, is on the corner of, well, you can see it right here. Okay, right there. Now, see how this one's showing the gate? or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the black gate. So here, the black gate is up here. So the black gate they're showing is before that, right? You're not seeing it here, but you're seeing it here. So I don't know. I don't honestly know about that. Anyways, that view from the camera to the backyard is, and this is cut off. It's not correct, but someone's just circled. Actually, you know who sent me this was Melissa. It's not capturing the whole backyard. Again, this is capturing, okay, the picture that SF put up is a zoomed in picture from that camera, okay? But you can see where the backyard of the Proudfoot home, and this is the side part here of the home. So that camera can see, you know, a good chunk. So let me just, so here's the Proudfoot home. So what happened is basically is this. So Bullhorn Betty starts playing, her and whoever else, they're playing with this picture because she doesn't know how to do this shit. So she's claiming that we can't trust anything that SF puts out because somebody has manipulated these pictures, in a sense, but manipulated that not only did they use a freaking pen marker, that they literally scrubbed out certain things. So you can hear my husband in the background. Sorry. My God, you guys are on a live. Shut up. Okay. I told them, didn't I, Charmaine?
You sure did.
Thank you. Because they forget. They act like little, they're freaking high-pitched British voices that come out. And they scream like girls. Okay. So granted, this picture, does it look like something's wrong with it? You know, does it look like someone purposely distorted this? I don't think so. It's just a shitty picture that somebody took off of a freaking recording, and you can still see the damn window right here on the Proudfoot home, but it's just a really crappy, blurry picture. But you have, you know, Bullhorn Betty, though, who's working with somebody else there, and one second. Okay? And they're like, oh my God, this has been messed with. And they're doing shit like this to this picture. Let me just see if I could find one that I could distort it as badly as what they were doing. Oh, let's see here. Probably can't go into the same quaint mode, but it's almost like them doing this. Even worse. It's almost like them doing this more so. Hold on. Take out 1 second. Okay. It's almost like them doing this and seeing this with a dark line around it, as if somebody drew a freaking line around this window, but really it's just from them inverting the picture. And it's like way worse than this, you guys. Okay. And then they're like, look, you can see that somebody has erased over here and you can't make this out. So now we can't even trust this picture whatsoever. And I'm just like, you guys have got to be kidding me. Like, you're putting out literally this shit to go, you see how it's darker and lighter here? You know? So because there's some darkness here, now this is where the whole smudge is, but they're pointing over here, okay? On this one here. And you're just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, it's like fucking 2-year-olds playing with pictures. But anyways, so going back to the uploads. So they're basically putting out there, you can't trust these things because, you know, Sebastian Rogers, you know, or during the live for the mob crew, he's getting sent these pictures. Now, I heard the name Linda. I also heard the name Cajun. I also heard the name Linda. I thought it was someone named Julie that they had said, but Also, I heard the name Cajun, but I thought that they came in from Julie. But Mob Crew kind of was like, oh, wait, who did these pictures come from again? But anyways, so I have all the pictures. Even though I swear that Mob Crew edited that part when he was talking about the light being from the Proudfoot home, which it's not, which he knew later. But I think he went back and edited that part out because I went to go grab any of the pictures again, and I had most of them, but I couldn't find that part in the video when I know he did talk about it, so I think he edited it. But anyways, so you got SF putting this picture out, okay? Again, backyard. Is there a camera facing the Proudfoot backyard, people? Well, guess what? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There's a video camera facing the backyard. We heard a while ago that there was a camera that Christopher Proudfoot said if Sebastian would have went out back, he would have been seen. Duh. Yeah, he would have. Why? Because there's a camera at the back of this house. So you have Betty saying, well, you know what? I mean, he put this whole privacy thing up there for whatever reason that he's doing it, and we can't trust it no more because, because they've been manipulating the pictures. So do you honestly think you have SF Investigates who puts out a privacy thing, right? And then someone on Mob Crew's Live sends him the actual photo of this, right? Now, let's see here. So let's take this photo here. Well, come on. Really? Let me just refresh it. It's being stupid. Okay, there we go. Okay. So it's not really too difficult. Let me just lighten this up. It's not really too difficult to overlay this and pretty much have it right on point. That's still a little bit too much. I'm just doing this roughly, whereas I already have the video. But regardless, let's just, we're just doing this a little roughly here. But you can see we're pretty much looking at the same ass view, right? Because obviously SF cropped it as well and added a timestamp to it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter that this wasn't at 3:06. It might have been, might not have been. Is SF playing games? Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Bottom line is that when you take away SF, sorry, my bad. Let me bring that back down a little bit. When you take that away, okay, this one, take it out. Oh my God, it's the same thing. Same thing. So do you think that someone who's manipulating pictures, who literally sends you a picture that takes away the blurred for privacy shit that SF Investigates put on, that somehow you can't trust those pictures because the person that sent it to you actually sent you the actual picture of the Proudfoot home that has every freaking part of the windows and the screen. This is the sunroom. Now, the reason you can't see, this is the house across the street with the light on, Jermaine. The reason why you can't see the secondary window is because it's behind a freaking tree. So you can't make out that there's another window right here because, again, it's just kind of grainy image that's been kind of, doctored with a bit. But do you honestly think, so she's basically saying, well, now we can't trust anything. So wait, are you going to trust the 258 timestamp car? But she's putting out there that now you can't believe anything, that this has all been messed with. You have to literally see what they did to that picture and what they were trying to show, as if they were fucking rocket scientists of manipulating videos. It's not hard to see that this is the same angle, same picture that SF put out, and there's the Proudfoot home. Why? Because it doesn't matter if it's 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, or right in daytime or deep at night. There's a camera facing the backyard that literally clearly is the Proudfoot home that you can see by any photos that are online. And yet you want to act like they were all manipulated, that you couldn't trust them, that now we can't trust anything anymore. You fucking kidding me? The stupidity.
Drama.
There. It's the stupidity of somebody not having even the knowledge of playing with stuff that she self-admittedly says. right? So when you put out shit like that, and now you're trying to blow everybody think, you know what, we can't take any of these. If you see these little Crayola marks, and if you see, like, it's ridiculous what they did with that picture, ridiculous. And if you see that somebody scrubbed this area, look, see, now they've taken out the back door of the house because they didn't want you to see that, and they didn't want you to see this. Really? So the person that sent him this picture to the mob crew, which showed the actual photo, now we have to disregard because SF showed one where it had privacy, and some person named whatever, Julie or Cajun, whichever it is, gave the picture from a recorded video of exactly the same angle of the Proudfoot back home yard, which actually is the Proudfoot home backyard. And now you just want to disregard everything, like everybody played with everything to fuck you over and stuff like that. The stupidity of it is beyond.
Wow.
So that was what pissed me off a little bit today, because you got all these people watching it, and stuff like that. And now they're going to be believing, oh, you're still using those fake photos? Really? So I don't know. Real camera on the house behind the Proudfoot home. Real picture of the Proudfoot home. Why? Right? There's no blur. There's no privacy. There's the Proudfoot home. Simple as that. And now we got to act. So again, I'm not even claiming about the timestamp. Yeah.
And they're not even, there's nothing incriminating in them to edit them or alter them. Like, what the fuck are they even talking about?
Because then they saw the photo, instead of taking this one, which actually has purpose, they wanted to go, oh my God, in this photo here, oh my God, somebody smudged it out. They purposely made it so that we couldn't see this window almost. Look at here.
Yeah, but
heaven
why?
forbid.
Well,
Heaven
why? It's
forbid.
not like we've never seen it before.
Right. I mean, heaven forbid someone took a shitty photo from the fucking video. Why am I swearing now? Stop it, Sonny. That somebody took a photo from the video and it was just blurry and it just sucked. How about them apples? Instead of acting like, oh my God, you guys, look at these little black markers here. Somebody literally used a pen, oh, you know what? I have to. I have to go get this picture. I have to, Charmaine, and then we'll call it a night.
I don't understand the purpose of what they were trying to get at. Like, okay,
Yeah.
so somebody blurred out the window, and then what's the point?
Yeah. This is so ridiculous. Okay, wait. Come on. Where is it in your video here? Wait, this is the one that came out 19 hours ago. Hold on. Come on, Betty. I know it's out there. Where is it? And again, it's just a fact. Like I said, I don't ever really talk about Bullhorn Betty too much on there. I think she did it on a live, actually. Oh yeah, this is it. It's just the fact of, like, do your shit before you put it out there. At least, like, you're literally coming off the heels of it to act like this is what you're seeing. You guys have to see this. Okay. Let me just stop screening. I'm just going to go to the actual channel for a sec. Okay. You see this picture? Same one that I'm literally showing you? You see that picture?
What?
I mean, look what they've done to it.
What?
So literally, as she's talking, she's literally saying that, you see this area here? Someone smudged this all out. Like, you can't even trust this picture because somebody took that tool, which is a smudging tool, and they smudged it all out because they didn't want you to see something in the same pictures that Mob Crew was sent, right? So how the fuck did they get that? And right here, right? You see this darker area here? I mean, that's significant because they're not showing the bedroom window that's here. And you see this right here? Somebody obviously used a black marker and put that there, right? Because, yeah, they all want to fuck with your brains like that. Or this is just absurdity at its finest. It's ridiculous. Okay? And so here we have, one second, go back to it. Like, can you believe that they literally twisted that picture that looks like this, right? Into, oh my God, this is all blurred out here. But they took it from another photo instead of being brainiacs, right? Here it is, you guys. You know the one that they smudged out? There's the freaking door right there on this picture. You know, that was part of all those pictures. How about the window that's there that they're claiming isn't there? It's just stupidity. And yet these followers believe that crap. That's why I get pissed off with this shit sometimes.
Like I'm so stuck at like what's their point? Why? Okay. Oh my God, they smudged that part out. Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think they did that?
Mm-hmm. So
Give
she's
me a
like,
theory to this ridiculousness. Let me know.
because in that same grouping of pictures, there's literally this one as well, and the one where it's darker, right? I mean, the whole point of this, regardless, to me, what the fuck you doing trying to manipulate the picture like that? And you're literally saying, I know nothing about this stuff, but I'm going to have somebody in chat start typing about somebody using a magic fucking marker and putting some black lines, you know, around a goddamn picture, and that they've used a smudge tool like you're freaking some sort of ass expert. The picture's right here. I didn't manipulate the picture. I just literally stacked it on top of the one SF did, like Mob Crew did. And oh, voila, there's the home. Nothing's taken away from it. The only thing you can't see is the one window off of, in front of that, to the left of that, the last window on the Proud of It home. You can see because you can't see the other one because the freaking tree's in front of that window. And it's not like it's an upper class quality, picture here. We're talking about a photo from a camera, and the bottom line of this whole thing. The point is to prove that if Sebastian even remotely went near this yard, it doesn't matter if it was 306, 304, 410, that Sebastian would have been seen. Who cares if you put a timestamp on it at 305? If is it right? Chances are, you know what? I'm not going to probably take away the fact that he has 100 hours, he says, of footage and stuff like that. I'm sure it's the correct time, but in order to enhance it, he had to crop. But what he should have done, of course, is showed the full view of the picture with the actual time to make himself more credible, because he's just nothing but a loudmouth PI that he claims that he is, basically bashing everybody. So again, you can't really respect and you don't trust. So, but there's one thing about trust, but who cares about the timestamp? Whether it's 306, 310, 410, 520, the point is there's a camera facing their backyard. Sebastian would have went out it, he would have been seen. Is that complicated? No, it's not. If he would have went out the garage side, he would have been seen. If he would have went out the other side, the most potential that Sebastian has of disappearing himself is if, of course, he went to the Stafford side. That's the only thing, but kind of like what I showed you in the other picture. See how much of the Proudfoot side we can still see past? Like, meaning if he would have come around the side with a flashlight, no. You don't think that flashlight would have been scooped up? And maybe it is. Maybe it is. On the backyard video, Maybe they have that. Maybe Ellie has some sort of light coming through the back of this camera from the side of the house. Maybe they do. But they're not going to give it to you guys. And this neighbor certainly obviously isn't giving it out, perhaps. But I would think if he gave SF this, that, he got this image from somewhere. And, like these images came from somewhere, which is obviously this person's backyard. So obviously they're talking or showing somebody.
Yeah.
But it's just the stupidity of when you have followers and you're just freaking putting out content and you couldn't care less if it's true or accurate. And yet she's talking about factual shit. And then they want to invert a picture, make it look like a smudge and fucking doodles and shit like that. And then say that our minds are getting fucked with and we can't trust nothing. Yeah, we can trust that there's a picture of the Proudfoot's backyard there, which has a camera. And that's all we actually need to know, is that there's a camera that would have seen him had he gone out the back. They would have seen some sort of movement. They would have seen back thing open probably. I know that there's the darker picture. Like, don't get me wrong, okay? Because this is the footage, of it as well. And so this one right here, this is what I'm talking about. Because of Bullhorn Betty's thing, right? And her not doing her due diligence, the first part, in a sense, okay? You see that person, what is deemed as a person in the window?
Mm-hmm.
Or you know what I mean? So it happens to be at a different time. The light from this window, even though the tree is in the Proudfoot yard, it's capturing it. So what is it doing? And I've done the overlay on this as well, but I'm not going to do it now. Literally, when you put the overlay on it, it's the freaking tree, right? It's just that the beam of light happened to catch this, but you can see it go up here and here. But this beam of light, oh my God, there's somebody walking. So what does Maddie Myers do? She's following Bullhorn Betty, and those are the pictures I said. Please don't hurt Sebastian Rogers' case with false information, right? And I said to her, no, that is a tree. I mean, now she ended up taking those down, but then she posted more Bullhorn Betty's crap on there. And but Bullhorn Betty, no offense, okay? But if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, then don't talk about it at all. If you don't know how to play with videos or anything, or haven't an inkling, then don't put it out there to fuck up with people's brains. And now these people are going to believe you and think, oh my God, why do you have that fake photo up there, Sonny? Because we all know that Bullhorn Betty says that this isn't true, that it's some sort of mastermind manipulation of fucking small or smudges and freaking black pen shit. It's ridiculous. It's that shit that sets me off, is watching someone that's helping Seth, that talks to Seth all the time, and you're gonna feed him that shit
Yeah.
and other people. So I'm just asking you guys, just use common sense, okay? Just don't follow anyone's particular narrative, not even mine. Do your own homework, or at least look at what seems logical. That there's a camera facing the backyard of the Proudfoot home, and that picture, one of the pictures that Mob Crew was sent, was this one right here, which shows the whole freaking backyard, including the porch, the sunroom, and only one window, because the other one's hiding behind the tree. Rest my case. Yeah, I'm drinking lots of water, to be honest with you. So that's all I got to say about that. That's all I want to say, is that don't go around and her trying to, I get it. Hey, if SF, I get it. But if you're doing your due diligence properly, and you're not going to sit there and play like with your crayons there and put out photos like that are ridiculous. That reminds me of Delphi. That's why it pisses me off, because I know when you start manipulating to that extent, it's just an illusion on the eyes. No different when they put out the van one. Just quickly, if I still have it. No different than when they put out. Okay, here's where I circled everything, Shar. I've showed the layovers. House across the street. There's fucking tree across the home. Not Katie's windows. One of her bedroom windows, clear as day. That light's not coming from Katie's on that one. So that one I had put out. Delete. But this one right here, there was no importance of it. That's Katie's van. So everyone, again, they're trying to figure this out, right? So you see how this picture has that, like I said, that as if somebody's distorted the whole thing. It's not a good picture, but it's not rocket science that if the light coming from the side of this is hitting this home and it's a straight shot, pretty much. Oh, and you took out the gate, the black gate that's right here, and realized that this is the back of Katie's square ass van in there, right? Square van. You see that square look right there, people? That whole same thing, that whole square roundedness, and then on the roof is the typical worky shit that's up here, because it didn't take very much to even look at this and go, it's Katie's van. I mean, obviously, if it's a square shot from the backyard right here, right? Right here where that garage is, it's a straight shot to realize that that's a van. And that's all I personally try to do. It just makes sense out of stuff. That van didn't matter, honestly. But it's a pet peeve of mine that people are like, or will get fed the wrong information. Just it's her
Yeah.
van. No big deal. Move on. Have a good one. It's not some sort of that Sebastian's hidden underneath some camper in the back of this person's yard and oh my god, did the police look there? You know, it's just people get ridiculous like that. And for me, it's just going here. There you go. Have a good day. Move on. And let's get to the point that if Sebastian was seen in the backyard, it would have been captured there. So he didn't go that way. He didn't go the garage way because there's lights on. And that house across the street and this one probably would have captured Sebastian coming out the side door where the garage is. So to me, that only leaves the other side is where possible, and that's where these light videos supposedly are supposed to be. We don't know for a fact, but it's all tied to that 3 o'clock area, and these lights that are this light that's moving. That's it. Charmaine, final thoughts. We're done for tonight. It's way past your bedtime.
Final thoughts. I
Wait,
mean,
you don't work tomorrow, do you?
I have a little bit, but
Okay.
nothing really.
Just
Yeah,
about the whole.
it's
Yeah.
just pathetic that people would manipulate anything to do with any kind of information or evidence when it comes to a missing child. And I took the same issue with a lot of creators in Delphi, spreading information that they say is fact, whether it is or not. A lot of it wasn't to be released. Just a sense of responsibility. I don't know. I
Yeah.
think it's wrong on all sides if you're in it for the right reason and you're trying to help keep Sebastian's name out there and the case alive. The little tiny bit that you can do as a creator is at least spread factual information or helpful information.
That and that's
it's,
the part that always gets to me. Yeah. Make it
It's
factual.
terrible. And as for Ken Mains, I think, yeah.
Yeah,
Ken
I mean,
Mains, I think is
yeah.
always arrogant, but he's a great human being, and I appreciated that video. I
Well, from my fan.
unfollowed him, so I'm not surprised I didn't see it.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I think
I'm
I
glad
still
I
said him.
did. And I mean, hearing that, it sounds like maybe his attitude changed a little bit. Maybe
I hope
I'll
so.
go back and check out some of his newer stuff again.
Yeah. I mean, again.
But yeah,
Oh, right.
other than that,
Just as a whole. No, I was just gonna say, just as a whole, just try to be as responsible as you can. But the thing is with Betty is, and again, I don't want to sit here and go like Betty's shit and stuff like that, and that it's not. I don't really watch Bullhorn Betty and stuff like that. I think that she is truly trying to fight for Sebastian and help out. But on this one did bug me because I was like, you have got to be kidding me. You literally have no knowledge, and you're making people believe that now that somehow this whole photo is just fake and unreal and you can't trust anything. No, you can trust your brain, right? So it was just that's what ticked me off because, and I know it's going to happen, but just if you don't know about anything about editing or anything, for this stuff, then don't talk about it. Especially when you're again
don't do it.
don't inverting it, and then you have somebody that's coming into your chat to explain it, and they're saying that they must have used a black marker and stuff like that, and you're just like, but these people buy it. And I'm just saying, just be responsible somewhat. And if you don't have knowledge at all, don't do it. Don't have somebody on the live then. somebody that can actually knows about editing. So this person might think that they do, but clearly not if they're saying that black pen. But anyways, bottom line is, like Ken Main says, you just want the truth out there. And why do people just keep adding shit like that picture that we just showed and then misleading people with bullshit? Right? When you just try to keep it factual, it's about Sebastian. This isn't a game. It's not a joke. It's a child that's missing. So put out as the best accurate shit you can. If you don't know nothing about it, then don't talk about it. I learned my lesson from Delphi on there. But because I do play with pictures, and this one wasn't hard. This one wasn't hard, people, at all. This one was literally minutes of, oh my God, same picture. All I had to do was move it in just a little bit. Could literally get the same layover. And there's the house. The same one that SF covered with privacy. It just bugs me when, especially if you're working with Seth and talking with him, and then you're going to feed into this shit. But then by the same token, Seth, explain yourself. Why did you say that you never, that this video with the flashlights, that you've never been talked to about it? What's up with that? Like clear that up or something. Because again, then now you're fucking with people's brain cells again. So you're saying it is a trash truck because an LE showed you. Now all of a sudden you're saying it's not. Oh, now all of a sudden you're saying that you weren't shown the video. What? That's my piece. Sharon, that's right. If you don't ever do it, then you shouldn't. On there. But other than that, again, just going back to Sebastian Rogers, it's always about my personal angle is, let me understand. So when this picture came out, which I'm not going to eliminate because the camera's clearly facing the backyard, I'm grateful that this picture came out because it gives you the notion of what actually they're seeing from that perspective of that camera. All I'm ever trying to understand here is Sebastian Rogers disappeared. And did he leave out the garage side with their lights on? No, he obviously wouldn't because he would be on camera. Did he leave out the backside? Obviously he wouldn't. Thanks to this picture, we know that he would have been seen. So then that leaves that little bit of room that could have happened from the Kellen Stafford side. That wasn't the perfect storm where Sebastian just wasn't seen. To think that LE, do you feel like LE is just a stump still to this day as when he went missing for the most part, Charmaine?
Yes.
Hi, Boston Beauty by Kiki. Wait, that's Boston Beauty. Aren't you chaotic for some reason, or maybe I'm thinking that wrong? I have chaotic in my head when I see that, but maybe not. Because I have seen the word KK. I just don't remember it being Boston Beauty. Anyways, hello. But what was my question to you?
If I think law enforcement is just as stumped today as they were at the beginning.
Yeah.
And I think they are, obviously they probably have more information and for whatever reason they don't want to release it, but obviously they don't feel like they need the public's help with whatever information that they have.
Well, what do you think
and there's
about
been no arrests, so
Charmaine, last question. What do you think about the fact that Brandon Carter, in talking to Clutch Them Pearls, a YouTuber, that he basically has answered a couple of his emails, mostly to tell him that they can't give away certain info because it's an active case, but then asked for his thoughts on what he thought happened to Sebastian. What is that? For you, what would that tell you if a detective, the main detective on the case, is asking for the opinion of a YouTuber of what happened to Sebastian? How would you take that personally? I gotta put some.
I mean, I want to say that maybe they're looking for ideas, but at the same time, I think I don't know how to say what I'm thinking, like more of just not the detective's entertainment, but, what do you think happened? If you're so smart, like, what do you think happened?
Mhm.
I don't think they're looking for investigative avenues from content creators. I think if anything, it would be more like, well, what do you think happened? Because I'm not going to tell you what I think happened.
Well, see, that's just it. Um, I I I do think myself that they're clueless what happened to Sebastian Rogers, hence why no arrest, hence why they don't know. And I think that hearing somebody else's opinion, regardless, if they have some sort of rapport and he just has said, well, what do you think happened? It's kind of like, well, we're fucking stumped over here. Like, what's your theory? I mean, anyone's as good as another's, and considering they have no thoughts on it. So I thought that was
Mhm.
very telling to me, that that meant that they just have no clue themselves. And hey, what's your thoughts? Because you know what? Because you can tell, like even in the clipping I just played of from the 10-month or from Sebastian's birthday, the one guy after Craddock says, I think about him every day. I think about this case every day. Uh, you can see the maps that they've searched on. They've did. They've been doing everything. We're talking about Secret Service. We're talking about FBI. We're talking about TBI, law enforcement, and they couldn't tell you what happened to Sebastian. That's how I take that, especially when I see the heartbreak in that one police guy that spoke after Craddock, saying, "You know what? I think about this case." They've had EquiSearch come in. They've had everything, and there's no sign of what happened to Sebastian. So for me, I just took it as like, you know what? We're fucking fresh out of ideas over here for now. What's your thoughts? You know,
Yeah.
if there's
I mean,
something
it's
that might make them
possible, but
maybe not. Maybe I could be totally wrong, but that's how it came across to me was, well, you know what? Since we don't know shit over here, why don't you tell me your thoughts? Maybe there's something that we never even thought about to look at. And that's where I believe in the beauty of teamwork, whether it's the sleuths or whatever, is that obviously they have a team and they had, sorry guys, tons of people working on Sebastian's case in that first week. Okay, you got tons of brain power there and experience, and yet they couldn't find Sebastian or have any clue. They brought in Equiser, and that's what I see. This is what I see here. Okay, if he can't be seen on this picture, not this picture, but on this camera or on the side camera, you know, and we can't make shit in a hide nor hair out of the flashlight video, because obviously if you would a car coming out with headlights on, well, you think if they were smart, they wouldn't have headlights on while a kid is being kidnapped into a vehicle, right? So you just try to think of all these things and what makes sense. Did somehow he manage to avoid all this, make it to that construction site to play frickin' Minecraft shit? You know, did a garbage truck driver pull him out of the house or something like that? Maybe did he get up and go, hey, beep, 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 noise, and opened up the door? I don't know. I don't know. Dogs didn't bark, all this stuff. So that's all I try to look at, like around all these scenarios. What the hell? If, I mean, I'm just an average person. You got frickin' the LE, like I said, FBI, you got this Bureau of whatever it's called again. Anyways, too tired to say it. 1 second. Secret Service. My bad. And yet they can't figure it out. There's no way we're gonna figure it out. There's
that's
no
right.
way. We're not gonna figure it out. The only time it's gonna get figured out is if Sebastian's body's ever found, or somebody comes forward and admits to about Sebastian and something happening, you know. But other than that, we're not going to be able to figure this out, because we can do circles and circles and circles and circles around all the stuff that we do have. And it's not going to tell us what happened to Sebastian still,
But it's still
unfortunately.
important to keep talking about it.
It is
It's still
important to
important to
keep
keep
track.
talking about it so that,
Yeah.
factual information. And if not, you don't have the factual information, at least you're taking the blatant bullshit and kind of calling it out for what it is. And that's just as important,
Yeah. I think
I
so.
think.
Yeah. Charmaine, I really honestly didn't feel like this live was going to be 5 hours. I expected 2 to 3 hours tops, even two. I'm sorry I've kept you. You're really tired. I'm getting really tired. Prayer to Sebastian. Thank you to Helen for the oh, sorry, I said $4 earlier. $3 super sticker, and support with Steffa for the $9.99 one. Thank you guys. Please hit that like button regardless. Again, because it's so important to keep this awareness of Sebastian. And I think it's really important to put out the truth or the best facts you can regardless. And I really hope that, sorry, gonna yawn. Okay. Okay. And I really hope that Ken Maines, I really hope that the Proudfoots will take up Ken Maines to overtake this case and, put a true detective on there that knows how to get things done. And even if he can't come up with answers, you at least have a very experienced detective on that would be looking at it. So I hope that changes at some point. But oh my God, I know. Okay, Sherman, you gonna say good night? Good night. Thanks, guys.
All
You gonna
right.
say good night? Oh, I'm so ready now too. My bad. Sorry for keeping you forever. Good night, Melissa.
It's all
Wherever you are,
good.
good night. Good night, Sharon. Don't tell Ben I forgot his name.